The preface. All right, this preface was written at the time of the publication of the third edition in 1976. Let's take a look at what this says, starting at the top of the page, XI 11. This is the third edition of the book Alcoholics Anonymous. The first edition appeared in April 1939, and in the following 16 years, more than 300,000 copies went into circulation. The second edition, published in 1955, reached a total of more than 1,150,000 copies. I don't know what the exact numbers are, but the third edition has, the last I heard, well over 3 million copies. And of course, all of you know that the Big Book has been translated into 26 foreign languages, and that they're presently working on a translation for use in Central America, which would be in the Mayan tongue. Because of this, the growth of Alcoholics Anonymous over these 65 years has been nothing short of a total, complete miracle. There are millions who have recovered using the 12 steps. There are probably more than 5 million members now worldwide. Of course, as you can imagine, it's such a shifting population that it's impossible to get an accurate census. However, New York has a pretty good handle on it. When I came in, the membership was less than 200,000, about 180, 85,000. The growth has been exponential. We're growing by geometric progression, and it may well be that these 12 steps are the last great hope of the world. That's my personal opinion. Let's go on. Because this book has become the basic text for our society and has helped such large numbers of alcoholic men and women to recover, there exists a sentiment against any radical changes being made in it. Therefore, the first portion of this volume describing the AA recovery program has been left untouched in the course of revisions made for both second and third editions. The section called The Doctor's Opinion has been left intact, just as it was originally written in 1939 by the late Dr. William D. Silkworth, our society's great medical benefactor. Dr. Silkworth ought to have had the Nobel Prize for Medicine in the year 1939. He went as far out on a limb as you can go as a professional. At the time that he wrote that alcoholics suffered from a disease, this was something that was not even a matter of controversy. It was a matter of extreme derision among the medical people. It wasn't until 1947 that the American Medical Association decided that, yes, indeed, this was a disease, or at least a disease syndrome of some kind, and that it needed to be incorporated in the studies for medical students. You will still run into doctors who have no idea that the alcoholic is suffering from a disease. The second edition added the appendices, the 12 traditions, and the directions for getting in touch with AA. The chief change was in the section on personal stories, which was expanded to reflect the fellowship's growth. Bill's story, Dr. Bob's nightmare, and one other personal history from the first edition were retained intact. 3 were edited, and one of these was retitled. New versions of 2 stories were written with new titles. 30 completely new stories were added, and the story section was divided into 3 parts under the same headings that are used now. In this third edition, Part 1, Pioneers of AA, stands unchanged. 9 of the stories in Part 2, They Stopped in Time, was carried over from the second edition, and 8 new stories have been added. In Part 3, they lost nearly all. 8 stories have been retained, 5 are new. All changes made over the years in the Big Book, AA members' fond nickname for this volume, have had the same purpose. Listen to this now: to represent the current membership of Alcoholics Anonymous more accurately, and thereby to reach more alcoholics. If you have a drinking problem, we hope that you may pause in reading one of the 44 personal stories and think, yes, that happened to me. Or more important, yes, I felt like that. Or most important, yes, I believe this program can work for me. And I know that there's some resistance to the idea of giving the Big Book to a new person and telling them read the book, the whole book. But you can see from this, I hope, that the entire book was written for the newcomer. And one of the most important things that we find in this book is that it will hopefully contain one or more stories with which that new person can identify themselves, where they can say, yes, I felt like that, or yes, I believe this program can work for me. Forward to the first edition. We of Alcoholics Anonymous are more than 100 men and women who have recovered from a seemingly hopeless state of mind and body. Okay, let's look at that sentence. There are a lot of really important thoughts in there, aren't there? More than 100 men and women. Marty Mann, by the time this was written, was actually a member. And Marty was the first woman. Her picture, by the way, hangs in Pompano Beach Room, over back of the podium. Over 100 men and women who have recovered. Here's what it means. Having recovered from a seemingly, notice the word seemingly, hopeless state of mind and body. The idea here is quite simple. It's expressed with great precision. This book is addressed to and is written by people who recovered from what at the time when they first started recovery believed that they were in a hopeless state of mind and body. But now they realize that they were not hopeless. And so they used the qualifier there, seemingly hopeless state of mind and body. Notice that it's both the mind and the body. This is important too, because when we look at the doctor's opinion, we're going to find out that the body does not handle alcohol. We have something different about our bodies. And so the disease that we have is both a disease of the body and a disease of the mind. And later we find out that it is basically a spiritual malady. That is, that the roots of all of this are spiritual bankruptcy. To show other alcoholics precisely how we have recovered. Notice that that phrase is in italics. And that means it's emphasized, it's underlined. And in the original manuscript it would be underlined. When it's sent to the printers, they don't underline it, they place those underlined words in italics. But this is for emphasis. Precisely how we have recovered is the main purpose of this book. This is so important to understand when you're reading this book. It is not something which was made up. Nobody, Bill Wilson said, invented AA. It just grew by the grace of God, with the purpose in mind of showing us, you and me, precisely how they recovered from a seemingly hopeless state of mind and body. That the main purpose of this book, therefore, is to recite the recovery history of those who came before us and helped write the book. I hope that's clear, because we can confuse this book with all the self-help stuff out there and we will be clear off track. This is not a self-help book. This is a book which is a recitation of the experiences of those who wrote it. And their message to us is quite simple. This is the way we recovered. We believe that if you will do as we did, you too will recover. I wanted also to emphasize to you that the people who wrote this book, many of them, more than half, did not have a year's sobriety. The longest sobriety in a fellowship when this book was written was a little over 3 years. And every time we get hung up on this time in the fellowship, this time in grade stuff, we should remember that we're putting limitations on people which may not exist. I've seen people who were far more qualified to be sponsors, to be trusted servants, to do anything that we do at 6 months than many people I see at 6 years. Because it all depends upon the amount of spiritual growth that the person has gone through. And our spiritual growth is a function of our working the 12 steps. So we want to be sure that we don't make the mistake of thinking that there's something sacrosanct or automatic about this time. It's not that time is not important, because of course it is, but in determining who is to be trusted and who is to be able to be helpful, who is to share a meeting, who is to chair a meeting, who is to handle money. All of these things that revolve around time, that's a false precept. Totally false. It has nothing to do with reality. The reality is that the person who has achieved a spiritual awakening and maintains their spiritual condition is the person that this book is talking about. That's the person who has recovered from a seemingly hopeless state of mind and body. I hope that's all clear. For them, it goes on to say, we hope these pages will prove so convincing that no further authentication will be necessary. Convincing of what? Well, first of all, convincing, yes indeed, I fall within everything that's said here. These people say we're alcoholics. They've admitted it. They say that they've recovered. They're no longer drinking. I identify myself with them, and therefore I have no difficulty in believing that I too may be an alcoholic. And as Dr. Silkworth says in his opinion, and I mean in the letter, the original letter that he wrote, he said, you may believe everything that these men have written about themselves. Now, wouldn't that be a wonderful epitaph to have if it was given to us? You may believe everything these men say about themselves. So they are hoping that no further authentication will be necessary. Can you begin to understand why it's so important to read this book first? The instructions in this book, and if you look in chapter 7, you find are very precise. First we read the book. Then we decide whether we want to work the steps or not. Only after having read the book. And now it becomes clear why that is so. Going on, we think this account of our experiences will help everyone to better understand the alcoholic. Look at that word, everyone. You see, another purpose of writing this book was to educate the general public, especially those who were responsible in the care of alcoholics and of their families. The doctors, the psychiatrists, the counselors, the psychologists, the ministers and rabbis and priests, and all the people out there who have been so desperately trying to help us. And they're hoping, they say, that this account of their experiences will help everyone to better understand the alcoholic. Remember that there are chapters in this book for the wives, for the family, and for the employers. Now you begin to understand why those chapters are in there. And when we get into chapter 8, for example, and we're studying the chapter to wives, we find that that they found out that these character defects which afflict you and me as alcoholics are equally applicable to everybody else in the world. And so that it became clear to them that this 12-step program was something of universal application because it deals with great spiritual principles which apply to all human beings. It's important to remember that AA does not own the 12 steps. We have no exclusive right to them. We simply were the first to be inspired by God to understand that we needed to take the spiritual principles that everybody understands and begin to use them in our lives by taking action. And the 12 steps specify the actions that we are to take in order to practice these principles in all of our affairs. It is important that we remain anonymous because we are too few at present to handle the overwhelming number of personal appeals which may result from this publication. Being mostly business or professional folk, we could not well carry on our occupations in such an event. We would like it understood that our alcoholic work is an avocation. So you can see that the question or the principle of anonymity here had nothing whatsoever to do, at least as far as the Big Book is concerned, with the fear of discovery, the fear that we might become known as alcoholics. What we find when we get to the 12th tradition is that anonymity then has become for them, by this time that was written, which was in 1946, they had come to understand that anonymity had great spiritual significance, that in fact it was the method by which we remain humble and self-sacrificing, and that by refusing to use our last names, we also refuse to accept personal credit. We refuse to put ourselves forward as some sort of paragons of virtue or people who ought to be honored for our sobriety. In other words, it keeps us humble and it keeps us in perspective that at the bottom of all of this recovery is God, not us. But originally they were afraid, and it turned out they were right, that this book was going to create an absolute storm of requests for help. Now it did not do so at first. When this book was first published, it sat around in a warehouse. I think they had 5,000 copies originally. And of the 5,000 copies, only about 70-some had actually been distributed. And those 70 were really distributed to people who had either purchased the original manuscript, or more especially to people who had contributed to the writing and publication of the Big Book, because when they first wrote this thing, they thought they were going to make a fortune doing it. So they formed a corporation and they bought stock, and the idea was that this would be a total bestseller, and they were all going to get rich doing it. But please notice that this idea of anonymity doesn't have anything to do with fear. It doesn't have anything to do with trying to stay anonymous in terms of what harm it might do to us if we were to be known as members or as alcoholics. When writing or speaking publicly about alcoholism, we urge each of our fellowship to omit his personal name, designate himself instead as a member of Alcoholics Anonymous. Now, this is the only place in the Big Book or in any of our literature which specifically instructs us as to how we identify ourselves. It does not say that we are to identify ourselves as an alcoholic. It says we are to identify ourselves as members of Alcoholics Anonymous. This is extremely significant if we stop to think about it. Because once we look at the traditions, and as a matter of fact, when we look right here in this forward to the first edition, we find the roots of all of the traditions, that the only requirement for membership is a desire to stop drinking, which is an entirely personal matter. There are no tests for this. We don't apply any tests for alcoholism. We don't have any committees passing upon our bona fides as alcoholics. We are, in fact, members of Alcoholics Anonymous when we say we are. There is no requirement that we be an alcoholic. The requirement is that we have a desire to stop drinking. And no one can enforce this in any event. No one could come to one of you and say, you don't have a real desire to stop drinking, and therefore you must leave. You cannot be a member. The moment that we got involved in that, we would be setting up star chambers. We would be designing protocols which could be utilized to determine whether somebody was legitimately a member or not. They tried to do that before this book was written, and it did not work. They put up so many rules and regulations and qualifications for membership that if you agglomerated them all, put them all in one place, no original member of AA could have been a member. Some of them were by today's understanding, were totally absurd, and they found this stuff didn't work. They were asking for financial statements, for God's sake. So, by the time the Big Book was written, it had been decided that the only designation we need in public, now this is not among ourselves, and the idea that we identify ourselves by our first names only among ourselves is absolutely not in the Big Book, and it's not in the traditions. It's something which has grown up, I believe, primarily out of fear, because many groups emphasize the fear idea that what you see here, who you saw here, let it stay here, and all this stuff. So here's the way it works. You've got a sponsee who does not want to identify themselves as an alcoholic. Tell them fine. There's no requirement that you do so. But what you do is identify yourself as a member of Alcoholics Anonymous. And that is authorized right here in the Big Book.
Well, don't they also say in the vision for you that we can create the fellowship you crave?
You can do what?
That you can create the fellowship you crave?
Sure. That's what the traditions allow us to do. As long as we don't interfere with AA or other groups. This group could change its format any time, and we could have a Baptist preacher in here on Saturdays at 1:30. We could have a snake oil salesman at the 9 o'clock meeting. We wouldn't last very long, but we could do that. It's either true that we are members when we say we are, or it is not true. It's either true that we alone, each of us individually, have the right to determine our membership, and no one else has the right to determine it for us, or it's not true. Now, if it is true, and the 12 and 12 and all the materials that we find in Language of the Heart, everything that Bill wrote about the traditions makes sure it is true. This was adopted at the First International in 1950. Therefore, as far as the traditions are concerned, it's true. However, remember that the traditions are not rules. They're not bylaws. They're not a constitution. These are traditions. Basically, what the traditions rely upon for their enforceability, if you can use that term, is that alcoholism is a self-cleaning oven, and the traditions are spiritual principles, and the group that does not follow those traditions dies. We've lost 3 groups in North Miami in North Dade County in the last 4 years, just because they stopped following the tradition. Big groups too, that simply collapsed. Because the traditions are not rules. They're not enforceable. The enforcement will come when that group falls on its own sword. Because the real rule is, what would the master say? What would the master do? You want to go against that, then be my guest. Don't try to tell me what I can do or can't do. And if I don't like it, I'll grab a coffee pot, a big book, and we'll go start our own meeting. And that's what we did with the Stairway group. We started our own meeting here. And now we've got 3 meetings going, and people are coming to this because we're talking about the steps in recovery and God in the Big Book, and that's what people want to hear. Why don't you emulate Clarence Snyder? When he would be asked to speak, that's the brewmeister, he would say that I was knocked down and I was devastated, and I crawled in here on my knees, and I was powerless, and I prayed and I asked for help. Now let me tell you how I got help. And then he would go directly into the steps. If you get any of his tapes, you'll find that was the way he always spoke. And that's what I do. You won't hear me say very much about my war story. It's pretty boring anyway, but if you went to an NA meeting, would you expect them to say, well, it's perfectly okay for you to drink, just don't use drugs? Or how about in an AA meeting, would you expect anybody to say, well, perfectly okay for you to use drugs, just don't drink? You see, the fact is that for addicts, one of the major triggers to go back to addiction would be to block themselves off from God by drinking alcohol. So I can't imagine that anybody who is trying to recover from one of these addictions to either drugs or alcohol could be exclusively interested in one or the other. Today, drugs are so ubiquitous, they're everywhere, and almost nobody comes through the door anymore who hasn't got some drugs in their story. Top of page 22. If he can afford it, he may have liquor concealed all over his house to be certain no one gets his entire supply away from him to throw down the waste pipe. As matters grow worse, he begins to use a combination of high-powered sedative and liquor to quiet his nerves so he can go to work. Then comes the day when he simply cannot make it and gets drunk all over again. Perhaps he goes to a doctor who gives him morphine or some sedative with which to taper off. So please don't mention to me that the Big Book doesn't talk about drugs. And of course drugs was a part of the story of a lot of the pioneers in this fellowship. Page 116, the second full paragraph. This is the wives, non-alcoholics, non-addicts. We have elsewhere remarked how much better life is when lived on a spiritual plane. If God can solve the age-old riddle of alcoholism, He can solve your problems too. We wives found that, like everybody else, we were afflicted with pride, self-pity, vanity, and all the things which go to make up the self-centered person. We were not above selfishness or dishonesty, which, by the way, is the perfect definition of an alcoholic or a drug addict. As our husbands began to apply spiritual principles in their lives, we began to see the desirability of doing so too. Therefore, the Al-Anon family groups came about as a result of that. So we're straining at gnats here, guys. What would the Master do? Are we going to take anybody and deny them help? Are we going to push them in front of a bus and watch them die? Or are we going to be willing to help where we can? I think that's the only question we have. There are no fees or dues, whatever. There are no organizations I've ever heard of that don't have fees or dues. Try to become a member of this club without paying your dues. It won't work. As far as I know, they don't have any scholarships here. So if you want to be a member of this AA club, it's a separate corporation, non-profit corporation, you must pay your dues. Not for AA. You get to have a whole brand new life and recovery from a deadly disease for nothing. Zero, zilch, no money at all. Whatever we contribute, we do that on our own volition. The only requirement for membership is an honest desire to stop drinking. One of the few boo-boos in the Big Book is putting honest before desire, because it's either a desire or it's not a desire. The word, the modifier honest has no power and no meaning. The only requirement for membership is a desire to stop drinking. Now, there isn't any other organization anywhere, except possibly some 12-step organizations, which are that absolutely wide open without any written qualifications at all. So we begin to see that we're looking now at the 7th tradition and the 3rd tradition. We're not allied with any particular faith, sect, or denomination, nor do we oppose anyone. That was repeated almost verbatim in what we now call the definition, which was actually in 1944 was written in order to obtain special mailing privileges from the post office. And they require that you define yourself in some way. We simply wish to be helpful for those who are afflicted. And then they opened the door. We'll be interested to hear from those who are getting results from this book, particularly from those who have commenced to work with other alcoholics. We should like to be helpful in such cases. Inquiries by scientific, medical, and religious societies will be welcome. That's important too, because you see AA has never taken a position which would in any way denigrate or tear down or run contrary to other organizations of any kind, religious or scientific or medical. It's not our place at all. We cooperate with all these people, but we do not in any way attempt to modify them, or we don't criticize them. And of course that's now expanded to such things as the prisons and the recovery programs of various types. We cooperate with all these people. Never once expecting to be able to do anything other than to carry the message. And so as we read this forward to the 2nd edition, we have to recognize that these few pages constitute a capsule review of the entire growth of the fellowship. And if your sponsees never read AA Comes of Age or Dr. Bob and the Good Old Timers or any other AA literature, if they just read this forward to the 2nd edition, they will have a very good idea about how the fellowship started, what its antecedents were, and how it has progressed since then. For example, let's go down to the bottom of page 15. The spark that was to flare into the first AA group, this is XV. The spark that was to flare into the first AA group was struck in Akron, Ohio in 1935 during a talk between a New York stockbroker and an Akron physician, Dr. Bob and Bill Wilson. 6 months earlier, the broker, Bill Wilson, had been relieved of his drink obsession by a sudden spiritual experience following a meeting with an alcoholic friend, which was his friend Ebby, who had been in contact with the Oxford groups of that day. See how compact this language is? I mean, it's all it's all very dense, because in those few sentences we've already gotten a flavor of everything that happened prior to Dr. Bob and Bill getting together. That's Bill Wilson, had also been greatly helped by the late Dr. William D. Silkworth, a New York specialist in alcoholism, who is now counted no less than a medical saint by AA members. and his story of the early days of our society appears in the next pages. From this doctor, the broker learned the grave nature of alcoholism. Though he could not accept all the tenets of the Oxford groups, he was convinced of the need for moral inventory, confession of personality defects, restitution to those harmed, helpfulness to others, and the necessity of belief in and dependence upon God. Now, if you look at that one sentence, you see how many of the 12 steps are contained there. He was convinced of the need for moral inventory, step 4, confession of personality defects, step 5, restitution to those harmed, step 9, helpfulness to others, step 12, necessity of belief in and dependence upon God, step 3, step 6, step 7, step 8, step 11. And you say, whoa, wait a second, there's one step missing in this. Step 10, how come? Well, we're going to find out how come when we read Bill's story. We're going to find that when Bill worked what amounted to the 12 steps at that time, there were only 11. The 10th step had not been considered, and the reason for this, we'll be talking about this in the future many times. The reason the 10th step was not included, there was no idea of a continuing personal inventory on a daily basis, was because the Oxford group, which was the primary religious teacher here, believed that once having worked the steps, people became perfect, and there was no need for any follow-on. Our guys found that that just simply wasn't true, that the world and all of its people would continue to threaten them and impinge upon them, and that therefore their character defects would keep cropping up and cropping up. They needed to have a way to deal with those on a daily basis, and also to deal with the harm they may cause to people as they went through life, and also to remind themselves it was necessary for them to constantly be aware of the needs of others. Therefore, out of all of this came the 10th step, which is the 4th step, the 5th step, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th steps all rolled into one step, plus a bridge over to the 12th step, and the admonition that love and tolerance of others is our code. So you see, all of these things came about as a matter of trial and error, because at the time that this book was written, they had just recently come to understand that this 10th step was necessary. In fact, when Bill wrote the 12 steps out for the Big Book, they had never been written out before. Nobody had ever put them in writing, and the 6 steps of the Oxford group were not in writing either. This was all by word of mouth. So when Bill sat down to write the Big Book, it became necessary for him to write out the steps. And when he got to the 9th step, he realized that they were all doing something here which wasn't in accord with the Oxford people at all, but that they had found it was necessary, and he identified that with what we now know as the 10th step, continuing personal inventory, so that nothing ever gets ahead of us. At the end of that paragraph, he suddenly realized that in order to save himself, he must carry his message to another alcoholic. That alcoholic turned out to be the Akron physician. Bill had gotten quite desperate, and he had gone to Dr. Silkworth, and he had said to him, in effect, I've been trying all this time to get anybody sober. Some of these people have been your patients, and nobody's sober today. And 6 months later, what's wrong? And so Dr. Silkworth told Bill that what he was doing, his approach was wrong, and he showed him how. He said, you got to first tell him how you drank and how alcohol affected you, because look, you got to establish your bona fides with these people. They're going to have some faith and confidence in you. And so it's necessary for you to first tell them about your own drinking. Establish yourself as one with them, so that they can then begin to identify with you. And then he said, after that, you got to tell them what's wrong with them. Tell them about the disease that they're carrying. And then after that, then you can tell them how you recovered. And so when Dr. Bob and Bill got together in Akron, this was shortly after Bill's talk with Dr. Silkworth, this is what he did. He first sat Dr. Bob down and he told Dr. Bob how he drank and how it affected him and how he tried to stop and how he was powerless over it. And it worked. If it had not been for that, none of us would be here today. Because Bill was about to give up. He was ready to drink again. The physician had repeatedly tried spiritual means. Now, Dr. Bob had tried everything, including the Oxford group, but he didn't understand that he had a disease. See, that's what turned him around. That's what made all of this possible. Because Dr. Bob was a physician and they'd never been taught anything about alcoholism in medical school. All the doctors were of the opinion that alcoholism was an aberration of the mind and people were weak-willed or bad, and the religionists considered them to be minions and puppets of the devil, or just people who should be the butt of the jokes and hidden away. And at one time there were comedians who made their living pretending to be drunk, you know, and I mean, the laughing stock of the village, the town drunk, the one that everybody looked down on, and nobody understood that these were sick people. And Dr. Silkworth made it clear that they were sick and why, and we're going to get into that in a little while. Dr. Bob was convinced by Bill Wilson, because Bill had been schooled by Dr. Silkworth, that yes, indeed, he was ill. He had a disease. Now, once we identify alcoholism as a disease, now we can have some hope that there's a way to put a disease into remission. You see, because otherwise it's just this massive stuff out here, and it doesn't, and we're hopeless. We have no power over it. We can't stop. It's killing us, and we know that. And everybody tells us what rotten people we are, how little willpower we have. How could you possibly do that to this wonderful family of yours, and all that stuff. Frothy emotional appeal seldom suffices, Dr. Silkworth said. The message which will interest these alcoholic people must have depth and weight. And that's what this program supplies. Well, all of you guys know that because you've experienced it. Let's go down to the bottom of page 16, XVI. When the broker gave him Dr. Silkworth's description of alcoholism and its hopelessness, the physician began to pursue the spiritual remedy for his malady with a willingness he had never before been able to muster. He sobered never to drink again up to the moment of his death in 1950. This seemed to prove that one alcoholic could affect another as no non-alcoholic could. It also indicated that the strenuous work one alcoholic with another was vital to permanent recovery. Please understand what we just read. It indicated that strenuous work one alcoholic with another was vital to permanent recovery. We do not get recovery sitting around bitching and moaning in meetings. Because the basic problem your sponsee has when they walk in that door is a spiritual problem. They're spiritually bankrupt. Hence the two men set to work almost frantically upon alcoholics arriving in the ward of the Akron City Hospital. Their very first case, a desperate one, recovered immediately and became AA number 3. He never had another drink. This AA number 3 is Bill Dotson, and Bill is AA number 3 in the back of the book. And Bill was a real hard case. He was a lawyer. He'd been very successful in the Akron area. But Bill was a real bad alcoholic, and when he got drunk, he got violent. So when Bill and Bob went over to the hospital and were looking around for some hard case that they could work on, here was one. They had him tied down. He'd already busted up a couple of nurses. And this guy was really something else. So what happened was that Bill and Bob went in there and they talked to Bill Dodson. They talked to him one day and they told him about themselves and they told him what happened with them and told him about the disease and they told him how they were recovering. And he wasn't buying it, and he was saying, well, that's okay for you guys, but I got to tell you, I'm hopeless. There's no way. I've tried everything. He said, nothing works. Nothing works. I'm dead. I'm through. Look at me. I'm tied down here. They won't even take the straps off my ankles and my wrists because they're afraid I'm going to hurt somebody. They said, Bill and Bob said, we don't care. Doesn't scare us any. You're not near as bad as some we've seen. The next day they came back and they talked to him again. And they tried to get him to pray a little bit with him. And that night, Bill Dodson's wife came to visit him, and something happened with him. And he said to his wife, you know, these guys have been coming in and talking to me, and I think they may be right. He said, I think I'm going to try what they have. I believe I'm going to just try this. And when Bill and Bob came back the next day, he was ready. He was ready. It was the grace of God. And Bill got up out of that bed and he walked away a free man, and he never drank again. Now, at this point, Bill and Bob, you can imagine how they felt, can't you? Boy, this stuff really does work. Wow, this works. It isn't just you and me. We can take this message out to any alcoholic, and it'll work. So they were really, really ready to go then. They understood that they really, in fact, had something. Think about it, only 3 people in recovery, and at that point they knew that they had something that really worked. The proof was in the pudding. Today we have a whole bunch of people running around who still doubt it. Huh. Amazing. Okay. We're going on now on page 17. First full paragraph. This work at Akron continued through the summer of 1935. See, Bill was living with Bob and Ann at their house. And I don't know, I think he was kind of afraid to go home because Lois was going to have his head on a basket. Because he'd blown his money and he'd blown his business deal. But anyway, he hung out around Akron there, and he and Bob went out and they got a few more people, along with Bill Dodson was helping them. So there were many failures, but there was an occasional heartening success. When the broker returned to New York in the fall of 1935, the first AA group had actually been formed, though no one realized it at the time. Because here were just a bunch of people getting together, and believe me, it was the families. They were meeting in each other's homes. The wives were involved. Everybody was involved. They knew it was they'd figured out by that time this was a family disease. They weren't hiding out from anybody. Dr. Bob had gone around town in his old Model A Ford, making amends all over town. And it worked. Going on. Second paragraph. A second small group promptly took shape in New York, to be followed in 1937 by the start of a third at Cleveland. Besides these, there were scattered alcoholics who had picked up the basic ideas in Akron or New York, who were trying to form groups in other cities. Now, you see, a lot of people don't understand when they say we are more than 100 men and women. They're only talking about the people who were New York, Akron, and Cleveland. But they were meeting constantly with people who lived in other places. And some of these folks are going out and starting their own little groups, 2s and 3s and 5s here and there. So when they talk about hundreds, they didn't know for sure how many there were out there because there was no formal way of checking on it. They did know that AA was spreading by word of mouth. By 1937, late 1937, the number of members having substantial sobriety time behind them was sufficient to convince the membership that a new light had entered the dark world of the alcoholic. And it was at this time then in late 1937 that they got together and decided that it would be a good idea to try to find some way to get the message out, because they realized that this word of mouth was way too slow and it was not effective in the sense of reaching out to the millions of alcoholics out there. So they began to bandy about the idea of writing a book. It was now time, the struggling groups thought, to place their message and unique experience before the world. This determination bore fruit in the spring of 1939 by the publication of this volume. The membership then reached about 100 men and women. The fledgling society, which had been nameless, now began to be called Alcoholics Anonymous from the title of its own book. The flying blind period ended and AA entered a new phase of its pioneering time. Now, remember what happened there with the writing of the book. Bill was asked to write it, of course, and being the kind of guy he wasn't about to say no. So he wrote the entire big book from his own perspective. And there, if you go to Akron, you can purchase there, I think I showed you my copy of the original manuscript, which was printed on lithograph or multi-lith, and sold for $3.50. After that had been produced, however, the editorial committee got hold of that and made some pretty substantial changes before it went to the printers to print the first edition, first printing of the big book. The primary change that was made was to go from a place where Bill, you know, was a power driver and egoist, and he had to constantly battle with that. So he was, in his version of the book, he was telling us what to do. You got to do this, and you got to do that, or else. And they said, no, that's not what we have in mind at all. We want to tell our story. We want to tell how we recovered. We want people to be able to pick up this book and say, this is real. This is the truth. These are people who are telling us what happened to them. With the appearance of the new book, a great deal began to happen. Dr. Harry Emerson Fosdick, the noted clergyman, reviewed it with approval. By the way, there's a collection of Harry Emerson Fosdick's sermons, which were actually delivered in his church back in the 20s and early 30s. And if you read those sermons, it's amazing how parallel they are to the big book. And that collection of his sermons is around. I don't know if it's still in print, but copies are available. So Harry Emerson Fosdick reviewed this book with approval, and you can see why. When you read his sermons, you can see that these guys were talking about the same thing he believed and the same thing he preached. In the fall of 1939, Fulton Ausler, the editor of Liberty, printed a piece in his magazine called Alcoholics and God. This brought a rush of 800 frantic inquiries into the little New York office, which meanwhile had been established. Each inquiry was painstakingly answered. Pamphlets and books were sent out. Businessmen traveling out of existing groups referred to these prospective newcomers. New groups started up, and it was found, to the astonishment of everyone, that AA's message could be transmitted in the mail as well as by word of mouth. By the end of 1939, it was estimated that 800 alcoholics were on their way to recovery. Remember that all of this started in June of 1935, so we're looking at just a little over 4 years. Going on now, they had gone out and they had contacted John D. Rockefeller, because he, of course, had a ton of money, and they figured they could work him for some dough. So, in the spring of 1940, John D. Rockefeller Jr. gave a dinner for many of his friends, to which he invited AA members to tell their stories. And they were delighted. These guys had visions of lollipops dancing in their heads. I mean, they could see huge bags of money just getting thrown at them. Because after all, these people that Rockefeller was inviting to this dinner And these were the people who had 40 oil wells in their backyard. I mean, they were sitting there going like this, you know, watching those things go up and down, pumping out all that money for them. Or they owned the steel companies or the railroads. And these are the people that invited to this dinner. Now, obviously, it would be easy for them to cough up a mill or 2 mil, you know, for worthy cause, like our friends. You know, these guys figured that, I mean, they were recovering alcoholics, for God's sakes, and this is one of the great problems of the world, is alcoholism. So obviously, these rich guys would be just happy to contribute. So they went and told their stories, and the news of this got on the world wires. Inquiries poured in again, and many people went to bookstores to get the book Alcoholics Anonymous. Now, what Bill doesn't say here, when he wrote this forward, is that Rockefeller turned him down. And what he said to him was, here's $5 grand, that's all you're going to get. Because the only way that your outfit is going to survive is if you learn to stand on your own 2 feet. You need to be self-supporting through your own efforts. By March 1941, the membership shot up to 2,000. Then Jack Alexander wrote a feature article in the Saturday Evening Post and placed such a compelling picture of AA before the general public that Alcoholics in Need of Help really deluged us. Saturday Evening Post was a magazine which was in general circulation, was in almost every home. The famous Norman Rockwell covers, you've seen his paintings. It was if you could afford it, you got it. And I think they sold for a nickel then, something like that, a nickel or a dime, not more than that. But this article in the Saturday Evening Post then was out there and was read by millions. And so as soon as that article appeared, then our friends were deluged. That's what it says. Close of 1941, AA numbered 8,000 members. The mushrooming process was in full swing. AA had become a national institution. Our society then entered a fearsome and exciting adolescent period. The test that it faced was this: could these large numbers of erstwhile erratic alcoholics successfully meet and work together? Would there be quarrels over membership, leadership, and money? Would there be strivings for power and prestige? Would there be schisms which would split AA apart? Soon AA was beset by these very problems on every side and in every group. But out of this frightening and at first disrupting experience, the conviction grew that AAs had to hang together or die separately. We had to unify our fellowship or pass off the scene. As we discovered the principles by which the individual alcoholic could live, so we had to evolve principles by which AA groups and AA as a whole could survive and function effectively. I want you to notice that this is the first place in the Big Book where the word principles is used to describe the steps. We find this happening over and over again because, in fact, the principles are the steps and the steps are the principles. And there are no principles behind principles. And so they discovered the principles to individually survive, and then they needed to discover the principles which would allow the fellowship and the groups to survive. It was thought that no alcoholic man or woman should be excluded from our society, that our leaders might serve but not govern. Now, that's a really interesting concept, isn't it? You name any other society where you elect people to be your leaders, but you don't let them do anything about it. You give them absolutely no power. Now, of course, if you've been around groups for a while, you realize that there are certain individuals who, once having been elected as a trusted servant, decide that they don't like this servant one bit at all. They're going to take over, and sometimes they're effectively able to do that for a while. But the tradition is so important to remember that we don't have anybody here who's policing us. We have no committees which lay down the rules. Well, no, that's not entirely true. There are groups which do that. There's a group in South Day that has a steering committee that meets every once a month, and this steering committee makes up all kinds of rules, and they've got bylaws and all this stuff. And I think they're screwy myself, but they seem to like it. The problem is that once you get some power, you got to defend your power base, don't you? Okay, our leaders might serve but never govern. Women, yeah. That each group was to be autonomous. There was to be no professional class of therapy. There would be no fees or dues. Our expenses were to be met by our own voluntary contributions. We know where that came from. It was to be the least possible organization, even in our service centers. And of course, you know, there's a lot of people don't bother to find out how AA is organized, because it is organized in a kind of a way. We've got New York up here, and we've got General Service Office, and then the delegates go up there, and they get to form a debating society for 2 years. And then under the General Service Office, we have the areas, and the areas take in a pretty large chunk of property. And then underneath the areas, we have districts. And the districts are the next step above groups. So you got the groups, you got district, you got the area, and then you got General Service Office. It was decided that all members ought to be anonymous at the level of press, radio, TV, and films, and in no circumstances should we give endorsements, make alliances, or enter public controversies. This was the substance of AA's 12 traditions, which are stated in full on page 564 of this book. Though none of these principles had the force of rules or laws, again, you notice that they refer to the traditions as principles and the steps as principles. Though none of these principles had the force of rules or laws, they had become so widely accepted by 1950 that they were confirmed by our first international conference held in Cleveland. Today, the remarkable unity of AA is one of the greatest assets that our society has. I'd like to recommend to you also this book, Language of the Heart, and we have copies of it still available, right, Marilyn?
Yes.
Okay. Language of the Heart, most of the first section of this book, some close to 200 pages, deals with the traditions and how they were adopted and how they came about. So it's one place where you can be fully assured that you're getting a complete story. These are articles that were written by Bill in support of the traditions from 1946 through 1949, and then they were adopted by the First International in 1950. Today, the remarkable unity of AA is one of the greatest assets our society has. And notice that the emphasis again here, guys, is on unity. If you look at Tradition 1 and Tradition 12, you will find that they bookend the traditions. The unity of our fellowship is determinative of our own sobriety, our own recovery. And unity is fostered by anonymity. So you can see how those work together. Going on page 19, bottom of the page, while the internal difficulties of our adolescent were being ironed out, public acceptance of AA grew by leaps and bounds. For this, there were two principal reasons: the large numbers of recoveries and reunited homes. You see, this is something that people forget quite often. And those who would be critical of AA or critical of the steps or like to poo-poo what we do or call us big book pounders or bleeding deacons and all that stuff, one thing they forget is that AA works. It would have been appropriate, I suppose, in 1939 to say, well, what is all this stuff they've written here? How do we know this is going to work? There were about 100 of them floating around out there who'd recovered. That's not the truth today. There are over 5 million people out there now who are members, and millions have already recovered. The proof is in the pudding. There isn't any doubt about it now. The program of Alcoholics Anonymous, as it was written, as it exists in this big book, in its pure form, without any modifications, without adding any psychobabble or New Age AA stuff, works. The 12 steps work. And they work for everybody who's willing to work them. We don't have to look any further for recovery. And the program of Alcoholics Anonymous is based upon the 12 steps as they appear in the big book. Not as they may have been editorialized, twisted, or perverted by others who think they somehow or another know better. There are two reasons for the great influx of people and the growth of the fellowship, the large numbers of recoveries, and the reunited homes. These made their impressions everywhere. Of alcoholics who came to AA and really tried, I want you to notice that proviso, really tried. 50% got sober at once and remained that way. 25% sobered up after some relapses. And among the remainder, those who stayed on with AA showed improvement. Other thousands came to a few AA meetings and at first decided they didn't want the program, but great numbers of these, about 2 out of 3, began to return as time passed. Remember, this was written in 1955, so we can say yes to that, but it's important not to consider that these statistics have anything to do with raw numbers. That is, suppose that 100 people come in that door out there in the next month who are brand new. We do not expect that 50% of them will recover, because the proviso here is that they really tried. See, this is what Dr. Bob said in his story. It's always important to remember what he wrote. And he was talking about the 12 steps in the program of recovery of AA, and he said it never fails. It never fails. If we go about it with 1/2 the zeal we used to go about getting our next drink, and that's the truth of it. But this also presupposes that the person in recovery is throwing themselves into it. Remember that every time we hear chapter 5 being read in the meetings, we got to listen. That half measures avail us nothing. The results are nil until we let go absolutely. Those who fail are those who cannot or will not completely give themselves to this simple program. You see, so when we talk about and when we hear that really tried, this presupposes that there was a lot of effort being put forth. And it wasn't just people who came in here looking for a place to hide out or a place to get sober long enough to get the law or their families or employers off their backs, to which they could go back out and try it again. Those folks do not get sober until they finally realize, or if they live long enough, that what they were trying to do didn't work. Go to the next paragraph now on 20. Another reason for the wide acceptance of AA was the ministration of friends. Friends in medicine, religion, and the press, together with innumerable others who became our able and persistent advocates. Without their support, AA could have made only the slowest progress. Some of the recommendations of AA's early medical and religious friends will be found further on in this book. Well, now, you see, here's something that this doesn't say, but which is implicit in what it does say. And that is that the people in medicine and religion and press felt very safe in advocating for us, in recommending us, because we didn't want anything from anybody. We didn't have our hands out. We weren't looking for any kind of money. We weren't looking for any kind of prestige. We didn't even want them to talk about our last names. We stuck to ourselves. We didn't advocate anything other than sobriety and spiritual growth. So they were perfectly safe. They were not taking any risk to advocate us. This has gone on all this time, and the press has been wonderful with us. The whole media structure, if there's one thing that they do right these days, is that they do not in any way break the anonymity of anybody in AA unless we do it ourselves. And even then, a conscientious reporter will say, "You sure you want to do that?" We have established a reputation for ourselves which is pristine. And never is it broken. Nobody ever has to worry about AA being anything other than what you see. You see what you get. We have no axes to grind. We have no causes to support. We have no opinion on outside issues. We stick to our own, and we do the job that God outlined for us here, which was to help other alcoholics to recover. Going on now. Alcoholics Anonymous is not a religious organization. Neither does AA take any particular medical point of view, though we cooperate widely with the men of medicine as well as the men of religion. This business of not being a religious organization, that states most of the conclusion that we need to accept, that there's more than that. We're not only not a religious organization, but we do not practice religion in any way. We are not in any way affiliated with any particular religion or sect. And therefore, whatever we find in the literature which would tend to lead people to believe that somehow or another we're involved with religious concepts, religious doctrines, we must always remember that those things are in the literature only by way of illustration and not by way of doctrine. For example, we don't make any judgments based upon sin in here. And so any reference to 7 deadly sins is entirely out of place unless it's considered as an example only of what might be considered by some people. We don't judge based upon morality. We look at an entirely different point of view. We leave those judgments up to God. And the Big Book is quite explicit about this. We let God be the final judge. It's not up to us. We do not, for example, regardless of what it may say in the literature, push off as some kind of orthodox prayer of AA the prayer of a particular saint or prayer which is used by a particular religion. We don't do that. And so we got to be careful to recognize that these things are in our literature because they are illustrations, or they may demonstrate the experience of a few people or even many people, but they are by no means that which AA itself recommends. Not in any sense a part of our program of recovery. It cannot be, because we are not a religion. We do not have religious affiliations in any sense of the word, and we do not practice or preach anything which is peculiar or unique to any particular religion. Much of what we do talk about, much of what we do teach here is of deep religious significance and can be found, most of it can be found in religions across the board. The prayer we used at the beginning of most meetings, the Serenity Prayer, is a prayer which was written by Reinhold Niebuhr, who was a great theologian and minister in New York City. It was written sometime around 1931 for his congregation, and it was discovered in the early 40s by AA. It is widely known as the AA prayer. And again, however, when you look at that prayer, you realize that it is a spiritual prayer. It does not in any sense relate to any particular religion. Again, however, the Serenity Prayer is not protocol of AA. It is something which by custom is adopted by some of the groups, but not by no means by all. We do cooperate with people in medicine. We don't have any medical opinions. If you listen around the rooms, you hear a lot of what would seem to pass for medical opinions. And I would suggest to you that this is right and that is not right. We ought to stay clear away from that. Leave the medical stuff to the medical men and women, because we by no means have the expertise to be dabbling around. And the great danger there, I believe, is that quite often these medical opinions that we express are being expressed to people who are new and who are sick, sore, and wounded already, and very vulnerable and very sensitive and very delicate, and they're very likely to believe that we have some kind of knowledge that they don't have, and that they ought to follow what we say. I have some very strong opinions about some of that stuff, and I don't mind voicing them, but I'm certainly not going to suggest to you that I have any medical expertise. All I'm talking about is what I've seen, and what I've seen leads me to believe that that not every doctor out there knows what the hell they're doing. And I suppose a lot of them are basically driven by the need to put us in a pigeonhole. The pigeonhole is that we have an illness so that they can make some money. And that's too bad. Okay, going on. Alcohol being no respecter of persons, we are an accurate cross-section of America. And in distant lands, the same democratic evening up process is now going on. By personal religious affiliation, we include Catholics, Protestants, Jews, Hindus, and a sprinkling of Muslims and Buddhists. More than 15% of us are women. You can see that this was written in 1955. You know, when I first started practicing law in the late 50s, there were very, very few women lawyers. And boy, that was a good time to be practicing law, I tell you. We had the old boys club, you know. And then the women started. There were only 3 women in my law school class. Now in many classes, over half the people in there are women. Now the problem with the women is that they work too hard, they get too well prepared. They make life really miserable for guys who are trying to take it easy. And they won't cooperate. I remember the first time I had tried to do business with a woman lawyer, and we were always able to call up another guy and say, well, look, I got a conflict here. How about setting that depot over? And I called this gal up and told her that thing, same thing. She said, you do that, and I'm going to non-suit you. I'm going to take a summary judgment against you. I'm going to make sure that you're sanctioned. I said, whoa, wait a minute. I'll be there. I mean, after all. I remember there was a lady who practiced law in Beverly Hills. She was a criminal defense lawyer, and she always wore a hat to court. And she had a running fight with one of the judges, who later was on the Supreme Court in California. I served as law clerk on that court. I got to know this guy real well. And every time this lady her name was Gladys, every time Gladys Root would come in, he'd fine her for wearing that hat. And then if she was late, he'd fine her for being late. And then one day, this guy was such a stickler, he came on the bench late and he fined himself. And I thought that was excellent. But anyway, now I suppose probably 35-40% of this fellowship is composed of women, and that's wonderful. That's wonderful. So Protestants, Jews, Hindus, a sprinkling of Muslims and Buddhists, and I suppose that there are others. I mean, what other stuff do we have out there? I can't even remember. That's enough? All right. At present, our membership is pyramiding at the rate of about 20% a year. See, that's exponential growth, guys. That's growth by geometric progression. That's what's happening with us. So far, upon the total problem of several million actual and potential alcoholics in the world, we have made only a scratch. By the way, when I came in 1964, there were less than 200,000 members, and now we're well over 5 million. So you can see what kind of growth we're talking about. In all probability, we shall never be able to touch more than a fair fraction of the alcohol problem in all its ramifications. Upon therapy for the alcoholic himself, we surely have no monopoly. It is our great hope that all those who have as yet found no answer may begin to find one in the pages of this book, and will presently join us on the high road to a new freedom. Now, there's one thing that this does not address, which I'm pretty sure this is simply demonstrably true, and it basically comes down to this: if for every one of us sitting in here tonight, there are 10 people out there who have not made it and will probably never make it, and they're going to die out there from this disease. And then we ask ourselves, well, why me? Some of them are very heavily now into AA, and some use it on the periphery, but all of them understand that ultimately long-term recovery from alcoholism depends upon a spiritual awakening and not upon human solutions. Because the human solutions just don't work. All right, let's see now what this is all about. On page 23 or 25, Roman numerals, the doctor's opinion. We of Alcoholics Anonymous believe that the reader will be interested in the medical estimate of the plan of recovery described in this book. You see what they were doing here? They wanted a medical backup for what they were writing, because you got to remember, they didn't have a long history. Now, the people who helped write this book had recovered, most of them, from a seemingly hopeless state of mind and body. But they had nothing really to back this up. There was no long history. Even today, you find people wandering around in these rooms and saying, well, how do I know that those steps work? And how do I know this is any good? And after millions of recoveries, well, maybe the proof is in the pudding, but there was no pudding at that time. So they were kind of anxious to have as much support as they could. They wanted medical support, that this was not just some kind of a harebrained scheme that these guys had come up with. And don't forget that they still had in mind, although we don't much think about it these days, but they still had in mind the debacle of the Washingtonians. Those guys fell on their swords in about 6 years, and they lost all their credibility, even though their basic idea was the same as AA: complete abstinence and one alcoholic working with another. They missed the boat in all the things that we use now as our traditions, but other than that, they had a pretty good idea of how recovery could actually happen. So going on, convincing testimony must surely come from medical men who have had experience with the suffering of our members and have witnessed our return to health. Now that describes Dr. Silkworth, doesn't it? A medical man who's had experience with the sufferings of alcoholics and has witnessed the return to health, and obviously he had. A well-known doctor, chief physician at a nationally prominent hospital specializing in alcohol and drug addiction, gave Alcoholics Anonymous this letter. In the course of his third treatment, he acquired certain ideas concerning a possible means of recovery. As part of his rehabilitation, he commenced to present his conceptions to other alcoholics, impressing upon them that they must do likewise with still others. This has become the basis of a rapidly growing fellowship of these men and their families. This man and over 100 others appear to have recovered. So you can see what Dr. Silkworth was doing here. He wasn't able at this point to say, I know that they have recovered, but he is saying that they appeared to him to have recovered. And he's talking about the method of recovery, which the basis of which is one alcoholic talking to another. And that's never changed. It's always the same. AA is based upon the concept of one alcoholic talking to another, sharing with another alcoholic. He goes on to say, I personally know scores of cases who were of the type with whom other methods had failed completely. How can he say that? Well, it's simple. They were pulling these guys out of his reject ward, the people he couldn't help. Scores of them were being pulled out of there and were recovering, and he was personally watching all this happen. And this was not, he wasn't giving them some easy cases. He was giving them ones that he couldn't help anymore. They were all the hopeless variety. These facts appear to be of extreme medical importance. Now you notice his emphasis there. Because of the extraordinary possibilities of rapid growth inherent in this group, they may mark a new epoch in the annals of alcoholism. These men may well have a remedy for thousands of such situations. Well, how about several million recoveries since then, and 5 million in the fellowship today, and 120-some thousand groups? Wow. But thousands sounded like a whole bunch at that time when he wrote this. But he went on a limb. And then finally, and I want you to read this, because wouldn't it be wonderful if this was your epitaph? You may rely absolutely on anything they say about themselves. Now, why is that so significant? First of all, of course, he is endorsing the veracity and the honesty of these guys. But more importantly, he's looking at what they wrote, and what they wrote was, this is what we did to recover from a seemingly hopeless state of mind and body. These are the tools that we used. And we believe that if you will do the same thing, we earnestly believe that you too will recover. And he's saying, listen and read what they are saying about themselves. They're telling you what they did. The physician who, at our request, gave us this letter has been kind enough to enlarge upon his views in another statement which follows. In this statement he confirms what we who have suffered alcoholic torture must believe, that the body of the alcoholic is quite as abnormal as his mind. It did not satisfy us to be told that we could not control our drinking just because we were maladjusted to life, that we were in full flight from reality, or were outright mental defectives. These things were true to some extent, in fact to a considerable extent with some of us, but we are sure that our bodies were sickened as well. In our belief, any picture of the alcoholic which leaves out this physical factor is incomplete. Somehow or another, if we find out the cause, we're going to be able to be talked out of it. Because ultimately the solution, the human solution, has to come down to this, that somehow or another I'm going to convince you that you should change your ways. But whoa, wait a minute, there's something wrong with that picture. And we find out what it is when we work our steps. What's wrong with that picture is that we can't change on our own. Some of the things that are wrong with us, our defects of character, are things over which we have no power. And therefore, for someone to say to us, you have to become more honest. Well, maybe I can stop telling so many lies, but down deep inside of me, the dishonesty is still there because I'm still afraid of the results of being honest. I still have the fears which drive my dishonesty, and I'm powerless over those fears. And so it doesn't work. And to say that we are here only, and we are alcoholics only because of these twists of mind, does not tell the whole story. But when we add the physical dimension, now we've got the complete story. The doctor's theory that we have an allergy to alcohol interests us. As laymen, our opinion as to its soundness may, of course, mean little. But as ex-problem drinkers, we can say that his explanation makes good sense. It explains many things for which we cannot otherwise account. Now that's a beautiful statement. And see, that puts us right in context with you and me. We don't pretend to have any medical expertise. We're not able to decide whether some response that our body has is an allergy or not. But a doctor can do that. And he can say to us, look, here's what's going on with you. When you take alcohol of any form into your body, there's going to be a reaction which is not normal, which is different from other people. Going on, they say this: though we work out our solutions on the spiritual as well as an altruistic plane, we pay for hospitalization for the alcoholic who is very jittery or befrogged. More often than not, it is imperative that a man's brain be cleared before he's approached, as he has then a better chance of understanding and accepting what we have to offer. The subject presented in this book seems to me to be of paramount importance to those afflicted with alcoholic addiction. I cite this after many years' experience as medical director of one of the oldest hospitals in the country treating alcoholic and drug addiction. There was, therefore, a sense of real satisfaction when I was asked to contribute a few words on a subject which is covered in such masterly detail in these pages. We doctors have realized for a long time that some form of moral psychology was of urgent importance to alcoholics, but its application presented difficulties beyond our conception. What's he saying there? The scientific and medical solutions didn't work. And they weren't dealing with spiritual solutions, even though they realized that some sort of moral psychology, moral being, of course, a buzzword here, moral psychology was necessary. They didn't have the tools necessary to help their patients obtain that. But with our ultra-modern standards, our scientific approach to everything, we are perhaps not well equipped to apply the powers of good that lie outside our synthetic knowledge. That's pretty strong language. Think about this. Here's a guy whose whole hospital and everything they do in terms of treatment of addicts and alcoholics depends upon their scientific knowledge and scientific techniques, and yet here Dr. Soapworth says synthetic knowledge. And I assume from what he's saying that he means that realities are not the same, that the reality lies in the human spirit, that the reality lies in the power that flows from the higher power, and not from the application of science and medicine. And Bill, remember when he wrote chapter 4, he gave us the same story. He said, we progressed over the bridge of reason as far as we can go, but it does not reach the new land of faith. The implication here is, of course, we're going to have to take that leap of faith to reach the new land. Going on, he said, many years ago, one of the leading contributors to this book came under our care in this hospital. He's talking about Bill now. And while here, he acquired some ideas which he put into practical application at once. The ideas we've already discussed. We looked at them on page 13, didn't we? And then on page 14, putting them into practical use at once, a big part of that had to be with carrying the message to others. Later, he requested the privilege of being allowed to tell his story to other patients here, and with some misgiving, we consented. The cases we have followed through have been most interesting. In fact, many of them are amazing. The unselfishness of these men as we've come to know them, the entire absence of profit motive, and their community spirit is indeed inspiring to one who has labored long and wearily in this alcoholic field. We believe in themselves, they believe in themselves, and still more in the power which pulls chronic alcoholics back from the gates of death. Notice that Dr. Silkworth capitalized the word power, which indicates that he's talking about deity. He's not talking about doorknobs or ashtrays or pickup trucks. He's talking about a deity. They believe in themselves, and still more in the power which pulls chronic alcoholics back from the gates of death. Not because somebody convinced us that we should go out and proselytize with these theories or this philosophy, but because when we go out to do this work, we're talking about what happened to us. And we know it's true because it worked for us. That's the most powerful message you can carry. Of course, an alcoholic ought to be freed from his physical craving for liquor, and this often requires a definite hospital procedure before psychological measures can be of maximum benefit. I suppose that that's the only way that he could adequately express it, based upon his own experience and his own practice and his own expertise and his own studies. But you and I don't apply psychological measures. There isn't anything psychological about the 12 steps. They are spiritual in every aspect. Just remind ourselves, in the Big Book on page 30 it says we learned that we had to fully concede to our innermost selves that we were alcoholics. This is the first step to recovery. And then it says the delusion that we're like other people or presently may be has to be smashed. In other words, the idea that somehow, someday we can drink again like normal people has to be smashed. Let's see what Doctor says about that. We believe, and so suggested a few years ago, that the action of alcohol on these chronic alcoholics is a manifestation of an allergy. Now there's the crux of the doctor's opinion in terms of its physical impact. The manifestation of an allergy, that the phenomenon of craving is limited to this class and never occurs in the average temperate drinker. In other words, the doctor said the alcoholic is set aside, is different and apart from the general population. On a physical basis now. On a physical basis. Now here's the rule. These allergic types can never safely use alcohol in any form at all. That's pure first step. You see, when we get to the first step, it is absolutely essential and critical that we accept as a fact that we can never drink again, that the plug is in the jug for good and all. These allergic types can never safely use alcohol in any form at all, and once having formed the habit and found they cannot break it, once having lost their self-confidence, their reliance upon things human, their problems pile up on them and become astonishingly difficult to solve. Then we found out in the next paragraph that frothy emotional appeal seldom suffices, which means, of course, that all of that stuff that people have been telling us out there about why we ought not to drink and how we are damaging our families, how we're damaging ourselves at the job, how we're damaging our health and our minds, how we are simply not understanding that we've got to modify and hold off and just drink a little bit. The whole idea of abstinence is not something which is generally accepted in the public. They want us to just not drink so much. You hear it from the pulpits, and it used to be when the temperance movement was going on, it was always through the churches, and they didn't talk about abstinence. They talked about holding off. Don't drink quite so much. I think I mentioned last night. I remember a preacher giving as the example. Now here's this drink. You take this drink. Here's another drink. You pour it back. Now you have another drink. You can get to drink that. Get this one. You pour it back. Can you imagine? Let's just say. Let's say that we have a pitcher of martini sitting here, right? Now we're going to pour a martini. We're going to drink it. We're going to pour another one and pour it back. Well, maybe we'll pour it right back in again. See, they just don't understand. Abstinence means the plug is in the jug, period. And so, frothy emotional appeal is not directed toward that. It's directed toward making us feel guilty, making us feel bad about what we're doing, making us come to church, for example, or go lie down on the psychiatrist's couch for 5 years. Do all of these things so that we can learn not to drink so much. But then he goes on to say, the message which can interest and hold these alcoholic people must have depth and weight. And what he means by that is in nearly all cases their ideals must be grounded in a power greater than themselves if they are to recreate their lives. Which of course takes us right up to chapter 4, doesn't it? And chapter 4 tells us the same thing, that lack of power is our dilemma. That is, we have no power over alcohol. Matter of fact, we have no power over our thinking at all. And that we have to find a power by which we can live. And it has to be a power greater than ourselves. And then it asks the rhetorical question, where and how are we to find this power? And then it says, well, that's what this book's all about. Its main purpose is to enable you and me to find a power greater than ourselves which will solve our problem. 2 lines later it says this means we're going to talk about God. The big book doesn't mess around with this God stuff, it comes right out and says it. We hear higher power now and then, or power greater than ourselves, but most of the time it's God. If any feel that as psychiatrists directing a hospital for alcoholics we appear somewhat sentimental, let them stand with us on a while on the firing line. See the tragedies, the despairing wives, the little children. Let the solving of these problems become a part of their daily work, and even of their sleeping moments. And the most cynical will not wonder that we have accepted and encouraged this movement. What does it tell us back in chapter 7? Stay on the firing line of life, and God will protect us. We have these motives. I remember when I was standing before a judge 4 years ago, and he was about deciding whether to stick me away in prison for a couple of years. He asked me if I wanted to speak, and I said yes. I said, the fellowship that I belong to, and the big book of that fellowship tells me to stay on the firing line of life, and that's exactly what I want to do. And he said, Mr. Brown, I agree with you. And he looked at the federal attorneys, the U.S. attorneys, and he said, this is a travesty, I'm letting this man go. So I walked out of there that day to get back on the firing line of life. And this is what Dr. Silkworth is talking about, that firing line. And this is where we belong. Remember what the big book tells us? We're to keep our heads in the clouds with Him, but our feet firmly planted upon the ground, because it's there where our fellow travelers are, and it's there where our work must be done. He goes on to say this: the most cynical will not wonder that we have accepted and encouraged this movement. We feel, after many years of experience, that we have found nothing which has contributed more to the rehabilitation of this men than the altruistic movement now growing up among them. Altruistic. Everybody knows the meaning of that word, right? We do everything for free. We give it away. We ask nothing in return. Altruistic, a wonderful word. And it goes right to the heart of our program, doesn't it? Because I don't know if I've known a few people who charged for 12-step work, but I didn't get to know them very long because they didn't last. Sometimes a couple times in my sobriety, I've been pretty broke, and I was tempted, just put a little ad in the paper. If you got alcoholism, I'll fix you, just call Jim. $40 an hour. Never did it, though. It would have only taken a short time before I had been snatched right out of recovery. be back into the gates of hell again. Going on now. Men and women drink essentially because they like the effect produced by alcohol. The sensation is so elusive that while they admit it is injurious, they cannot, after a time, differentiate the true from the false. That is the truth, is it not? And isn't that a pretty good definition of insanity? Cannot differentiate the true from the false. To them, their alcoholic life seems the only normal one. Nobody in here identifies with that, I'm sure. Doesn't everybody drink? Oh, there are a few kind of stick-in-the-muds over here, but we don't have anything to do with them. They're no fun. Everybody I know drinks like I do. We didn't want to drink alone. Remember Bill sitting there in his kitchen, and Ebby called up, and Bill was delighted because Ebby was going to come over, and Ebby and he could sit down and have a drink together. That's what they'd always done. It felt good for Bill at that time because he was sitting there wrapped up in his own misery. I think that's probably why we want people to drink with us, isn't it? We don't want to be miserable alone. Now this next sentence has been kind of, I think maybe people misunderstand it, and so they misuse it. The word they are restless. They means the people who are still drinking. We're not talking here about people in recovery. They, those who are still drinking, are restless, irritable, and discontented unless they can again experience the sense of ease and comfort which comes at once by taking a few drinks. Drinks which they see others taking with impunity. See, the danger with that, if we were to take that restless, irritable, and discontent, and we move it over here to recovery, then we run a risk, just the same risk we run with HALT, hungry, angry, lonely, tired. Take those 4 and those 3, put them together, you got 7 things. What's that? Don't get too restless, irritable, or discontented. Don't get too hungry, angry, lonely, or tired. And what? You won't drink? No. You see, we're missing the point, aren't we? We drink because we are alcoholics and we are powerless over alcohol, and we cannot fight the obsession and compulsion to drink. We have to understand that. As soon as we begin to look for human solutions, we get clear off base. If it is a spiritual disease, a spiritual problem, and has a spiritual remedy. Now, of course, it would be very nice if we never were restless, or if we were seldom irritable. I'm sure everybody around us would be happy with that. We would love to be contented all the time. We certainly don't want to have to go hungry. It's not good for us to get angry. Nobody likes to be lonely. And if we watch it, we don't have to get tired. But so what? Hoo-ha. All those things perfectly will not keep us sober. All of those things imperfectly will not make us drink. You see? Because our problem doesn't have anything to do with those things. It has to do with spiritual bankruptcy. And the solution has to do solely with one thing: getting a loving God between us and booze. Because we're powerless over the booze. We can't stop drinking on our own, and it doesn't matter what else is going on in our lives. We can get wealthy and we will get drunk. We can get poor and we can get married and get drunk. We can get divorced and get drunk. We can leave the country and get drunk. We can come back to the country and get... Nothing works. You see? And this means that we've got to watch it because it's so easy to fall into these traps. Here's another thing that I'd like to suggest to you. The human solutionists out there are always talking about triggers. Trigger this and trigger that, you know. Something like Gene Autry's horse, I guess. But if you accept the premise that we have a disease, that we are dealing with an insanity, if we are dealing with obsession over which we have no power, if we're dealing with not only obsession but a compulsion over which we have no power, if you accept those things, if you accept it because we have no power, we cannot stop drinking on our own. If you accept that there's only one solution, and that's to put a higher power between us and the booze, then all of this other stuff becomes irrelevant. That's why the Big Book tells us in chapter 7 that any attempt to shield the sick man from temptation is bound to fail. And it tells us that if we can't face life as life is, as everybody else in the world does, as normal people do, there's something wrong with our spiritual condition. And so it all goes back to that again. See, we can't get away from this. As so long as I am spiritually fit, I can go anywhere and do anything that any other person in this world can do. The only proviso being that I have proper motive for being there. And when we take our 12th step, and we're working on our 12th step and our 10th and 11th steps, we get to take a PhD in recovery, where we learn how to be consciously aware of our motives, so that we don't confuse right action as if that were the whole ball game, because right action with a wrong motive is just as hard on us, just as deadly as wrong action. So we get to be well aware of our motives. And all these things, though, are a matter of gifts that just keep coming to us. And as long as we're following directions, we're going to get it. You're going to get these things if you want them or not. I did. I'm not sure I want any of this stuff. But it kind of snuck up on me. And it was fast. I was doing my 11th step when I was 47 days sober. And I was slow. I should have had it done a long time before. You see, from that day on, I had no more excuses left. I had to put them all aside. I couldn't get up here and say to you, I'm 15 years sober and I'm still sick. Why? Sick with what? Did you work your steps? Well, sort of. What you're really saying to me then is, you've been sober for 15 years, which means that you haven't had a drink for 15 years, and for all that time you've been walking around with untreated alcoholism. And you're one poor, miserable slob, and I feel so sorry for you. I wouldn't be in your shoes for all the tea in China. Speaking now again about people who are in active drinking. After they have succumbed to the desire again, as so many do, the phenomenon of craving develops. They pass through the well-known stages of a spree, emerging remorseful and with a firm resolution not to drink again. Now notice that Dr. Silkworth has his priorities straight here. They succumb to the desire again, which means that the obsession to drink, the compulsion to drink is kicked in. The insanity of that first drink has taken place. Thereafter, the phenomenon of craving develops. And then they pass through the well-known stages of a spree. Now, I guess it's obvious, and yet sometimes I think we don't connect the dots. The phenomenon of craving is dormant, does not exist except as a potentiality until we put a drink in our system. And so it's a two-headed monster. If we succumb to the obsession and compulsion to drink, if we give in to the insanity of that first drink, even in spite of knowing exactly what the consequences are likely to be from sad experience, nevertheless that first drink sets off the physical phenomenon of craving, and thereafter any hope of stopping is probably completely gone. So that's what happens, and therefore, what we're really looking at here, since we cannot solve the allergy. Remember, that's something which is in us and is incurable. Then the solution has to be not to ever take another drink. That's why there's no way in the world for alcoholics to stop or modify. To modify would mean that we would begin to drink rationally and responsibly, like some of the liquor companies say. We can't do that. We can't do it because we are triggered not by some outside thing, but by an allergy which forces us into a place where we cannot stop drinking. So it's the first drink, they say around here, that gets us drunk. Going on, he says, this is repeated over and over. And unless this person can experience an entire psychic change, there is very little hope of his recovery. Dr. Silkworth is using a buzzword here, psychic change, entire psychic change. But what he realizes, because, and we know this for a fact, because later on in his opinion he talks about prayer. He's really talking about a spiritual awakening or a spiritual experience, an entire psychic change. Now the Big Book expresses this differently. Remember in the promises where it tells us our whole attitude and outlook upon life will change. And we will have this spiritual awakening. And Dr. Silkworth says unless this happens, there is very little hope of his recovery. On the other hand, he says, and strange this may seem to those who do not understand, once a psychic change has occurred, the very same person who seemed doomed, who had so many problems he despaired of ever solving them, suddenly finds himself easily able to control his desire for alcohol, the only effort necessary being that required to follow a few simple rules. Well, now people are always telling us that there are no rules in AA. Dr. Silkworth would not agree with that, of course. As a matter of fact, the Big Book doesn't agree with them either. You can either accept the word rules or code or directions. What's it tell us at the 10th step, after the 10th step? That we're going to become God conscious and experience the flow of God's Spirit into us if we've done what? If we have carefully followed directions. And 3 or 4 other places in the Big Book refers to the directions we must follow. And picking up that simple kit of spiritual tools, those are what we must use. And this is the way it has to be. Let's go back again to the basics. This book was written by people who had already experienced what they're writing about. They are therefore relating to us their experiences. They're not going to say, well, we didn't really have these experiences, or we had 3 guys over here and 4 guys over here and some in the middle. We're going to have to try to tell you what we all did. This is what they did. These are the steps they followed. These are the directions they followed. And therefore, the directions in the Big Book, since they are a recitation of the experience of those who wrote it, are going to be very specific. The only thing that is any kind of an equivocation is this. They believed that if they recovered because they did the things they're writing about here, they believed that you and I could recover too. And that's why they wrote what they wrote. They sincerely believed that they had found the answer. And so they set forth in the Big Book precisely what that answer was. That's why you don't find it going all over the lot. That's why you don't find any comparative stuff in here. That's why you don't find any weasel words. That's why you don't find any backing away or back. It just says flat out, boom, 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 boom. This is what we did. This is what we did. This is what we did. And here was the result. And so if we look at it from that standpoint, we have to be very, very careful not to accept the idea that somehow there's all of this magnificent leeway. Now, there may be if that's what you want to do, but not in the big book there's not. And so, let's go back to basics again. In 1939, you could very well say scoffingly, what do these people know? Sure, they got sober, it might have all been an accident. Well, maybe they weren't really alcoholics. What do they know? I mean, there are only 100 of them. Can't say that today. Millions have recovered using what they found in here. Well, why are you and I any different from them? Well, the answer to that, of course, is we're not. Men have cried out to me in sincere and despairing appeal, Doctor, I cannot go on like this. I have everything to live for. I must stop, but I cannot. You must help me. Faced with this problem, if a doctor is honest with himself, he must sometimes feel his own inadequacy. Although he gives all that is in him, it often is not enough. One feels that something more than human power is needed to produce the essential psychic change. More than human power. See, Dr. Silkworth, by the time he wrote this in 1939, had been watching AA at work in his hospital for over 3 years. So he knew what was going on. He saw that these psychic changes were taking place, and he saw that they were not coming as a result of his ministrations or his people, his staff. They were coming about because of what the AA people were bringing to his patients. One feels that something more than human power is needed to produce the essential psychic change. Though the aggregate of recoveries resulting from psychiatric effort is considerable, we physicians must admit we have made little impression upon the problem as a whole. Many types do not respond to the ordinary psychological approach. I do not hold with those who believe that alcoholism is entirely a problem of mental control. I have had many men who had, for example, worked a period of months on some problem or business deal which was to be settled on a certain date favorably to them. They took a drink a day or so prior to the date, and then the phenomenon of craving at once became paramount to all other interests, so that the important appointment was not met. These men were not drinking to escape. Listen to this now. These men were not drinking to escape. They were drinking to overcome a craving beyond their mental control. Now, all of this stuff, as you can see, is very, very essential to the first step. Anybody who's brand new, who hasn't read this and isn't reading, and if you're sponsoring them, go through these things with them carefully, because this stuff is absolute dynamite. This is what breaks down the denial. This is what brings some understanding to the new person, that they're not dealing here with badness or lack of willpower, they're dealing with a disease. He goes on to say, there are many situations which arise out of the phenomenon of craving which cause men to make the supreme sacrifice rather than continue to fight. I mean, this is pretty serious stuff. The supreme sacrifice he's talking about is drinking themselves to death. They would rather die than quit. And I'm sure there are people in here who have experienced something similar to that. I was talking to a guy yesterday who said that he was threatened with life imprisonment. And he was so sick, sore, and wounded from alcohol that he was looking forward to it. He would have a place to sleep, 3 meals a day, and no responsibilities. In other words, he would be escaping from life into a jail cell, and that he was so far down that at that point that looked real good to him. I don't know if anybody in here has ever been that low, but I suspect some of you have been. And if you have, you know exactly what we're talking about. would rather make the supreme sacrifice than to continue to fight. The classification of alcoholics seems most difficult and in much detail is outside the scope of this book. There are, of course, the psychopaths who are emotionally unstable. We're all familiar with this type. They're always going on the wagon for keeps. They are over-remorseful and make many resolutions, but never a decision. There is the type of man who is unwilling to admit that he cannot take a drink. He plans various ways of drinking. He changes his brand or his environment. There is the type who always believes that after being entirely free from alcohol for a period of time, he can take a drink without danger. Now that's pretty common, you know. We get a lot of folks coming in here who really are carrying that idea in the back of their minds. And as we said before, they're not going to be able to take a proper first step because they're doing it with reservations. There is the manic depressive type who is perhaps the least understood by his friends and about whom a whole chapter could be written. Today we have a different word for that, different phrase, I forget what it is. Bipolar, yeah, bipolar. And you know, obviously, as you look at me, I don't have a medical degree. I've never practiced medicine, nor do I intend to even try. But there are some things I know from having been around here a long time. One of those is that in most of the treatment centers today, they are specializing in bipolar. And the reason they are, from what I can understand, is that they cannot be paid for alcoholic recovery. There has to be some kind of a disease syndrome to be paid. And of course, if that's so, then the easy thing to do with any alcoholic is call them bipolar and start to medicate them. I think it's important for you, if you're new, to take a hard look at this possibility that you are going on the assumption that you have some kind of a dread bipolar disease, when in fact the real problem is that you're an alcoholic and that you're full of fear, because fear is that force which stands behind depression, stands behind it solidly. So there's a danger there that we will believe that somehow or another we can't survive without this medicine that they give us, when in fact the only thing we really need is to get right with God. Now, of course, it's not up to me or anybody else who's your sponsor or working with you to tell you that whatever you got to do one way or another. That's entirely up to you. You see, there's another fact of life here which we seldom hear about, but it's the truth. Our recovery, each of us individually, our recovery is our own personal obligation. We are responsible for our own recovery. We can't lay it off on anybody else. So it's necessary for us to take a look at these things and to decide for ourselves what we think we ought to do. And if we need some help or advice from people who've been there before, for goodness sakes, we get it. But it's talking about writing a whole chapter on a manic depressive. Now, manic depressive in those days was an identifiable disease, which was the symptoms of which were extreme agitation and mania on the one end of the scale, followed by a deep depression on the other side. And this cycle apparently is normal with all people, but in the psychopathic manic depressive, it's exaggerated, so that in the mania phase they're very dangerous. In the depression stage, they're dangerous to themselves and dangerous. They could very easily lapse into some kind of a depression from which they would not recover. That's what it used to be. I don't know. This bipolar stuff seems way too facile for me. But anyway, there's something to think about and something to consult with. You might want to consult with a family doctor you might want to consult with somebody who's been there before you, who's already been through this, and see what their experience was. Going on, then there are types entirely normal in every respect, except in the effect alcohol has upon them. They are often able, intelligent, friendly people. And you know, there are a lot of us around like that. A lot of you folks would fit that category precisely. There isn't, you know, you dig around back there and you can't find all that much mess in your life. You did a lot of stuff really well, but somehow or another, alcohol has you by the throat. One of the things I've known and learned in here is that alcoholics, by and large, are pretty smart. There's a high degree of intelligence and a great deal of intuitive ability with alcoholics. I don't know whether that's necessary, but it seems to be typical. And so sometimes I think we're way too smart for our own good. And we like to try to figure things out rather than follow directions. And sometimes we're better off just following directions and doing what the people before us did. They recovered, now we can recover. And by the way, there is a complete description of these various types of alcoholics and the progression of the disease in the chapter to wives, beginning on page 108. Okay, all these and many others have one symptom in common. Listen to this: they cannot start drinking without developing the phenomenon of craving. This phenomenon, as we have suggested, may be the manifestation of an allergy which differentiates these people and sets them apart as a distinct entity. It has never been, by any treatment with which we are familiar, permanently eradicated. The only relief we have to suggest is entire abstinence. Can you see the doctor just putting his hands up and saying, I surrender? We've tried everything we know. We've tried hot baths and cold baths. We've tried belladonna poisoning. We've tried conditioning and Pavlovian theory. We've tried psychiatry. We've tried group therapy. We've tried encounter groups. We've tried all this stuff. We tried psychometrics. We even called in the acupuncturist and the hypnotist, and once in a while a psychic, to try to find some way to help these people, but nothing worked. And we give up. What's he say again? The only relief we have to suggest is entire abstinence. Now this business of abstinence, you know, is pretty unusual actually. We think of it as being common because we're in AA. But for most people, the idea of having to be totally abstinent just doesn't occur to them. What they're really thinking is, well, you just ought to cut back. I mean, lots of people drink here and there. They have a drink and might leave half one on the table. They get a little tiny buzz and they feel good, and they get a little bit garrulous and they tell funny jokes and stuff. We ought to be able to do that too. Why do we over-drink? That was what my one and only wife, thank you, God, used to always say that to me. James, why do you over-drink? Well, she sipped on her Manischewitz wine and left half of it in the glass. She used to tell me I was crazy, but she's the one ended up in the nut house. So who was the crazy one in my family? I don't know. So the view, you see, that people have is not one of abstinence. Now, here's a kind of interesting historical fact. There used to be a movement in the United States back in the 1800s called the temperance movement. And the temperance movement was really a creature of the churches, and they wanted people to slow down. Temperance meant just don't drink so much, just don't get drunk. Never occurred to them that these people who were afflicted, these town drunks, had to quit altogether. Somehow or another, it seemed that they should be able to drink just a little bit here and there and kind of enjoy it. And you know, it's a funny thing. You go into many churches today where they're trying to help the alcoholics and addicts in their congregation. They got the same idea. Just cut back. Just don't use so much. Just don't drink quite so much. Well, you can do it. You know, you've got God, you've got whatever. Just ask for help. Just ask for help. I heard a sermon one time. Said, held up a glass of water and said, now, this is the drink you take. And he had his pitcher here. Poured another one. This is the drink you don't take. Hey, wait a while. This is the drink you take. This is the drink you don't take. See how that works? That way you don't get drunk, you have a good time. That makes good sense, doesn't it? And all the congregants go, oh, yeah, sure, preacher, that's right. These people didn't have the foggiest idea what goes on with us, did they? Can you imagine? you imagine an alcoholic, he's sitting there, or he or she's sitting there with a jug of martinis. Pour a martini, drink that, pour another one, pour it back in. No, we're not about to do that. Even if we run out of olives, we won't do that. Oh well. So what Dr. Silkworth is saying, what we know to be obvious, but it isn't obvious to the rest of the world. The only answer is abstinence, total abstinence. The plugs in the jug, we're through drinking forever. And so, if it makes you mad that we took away your bottle, hoo-ha, tough. That's the way it is. No more booze. Okay, open your books up please to page 28, XXVII or XXXX. Bottom of the page. We've just discovered that Dr. Silkworth has concluded that the only relief that's possible for a chronic alcoholic is complete abstinence. Going on, he says this immediately precipitates us into a seething cauldron of debate. Much has been written pro and con, but among physicians, the general opinion seems to be that most chronic alcoholics are doomed. Wow. An incurable, progressive, deadly disease. The only incurable deadly disease in the world that I know of which denies its own existence, hides from us, hides the facts from us, teaches us to deny and to rationalize and to become self-deluded about it, about the very existence of the disease itself. Top of the page. What is the solution? Perhaps I can best answer this by relating one of my experiences. Now it's interesting here because remember we've got a whole chapter called There Is a Solution. Dr. Silkworth is making it clear that he believes there is a solution. So what does this do to the apparent hopelessness that we carry in here with us? See how important it is for new people to read this, to become familiar with what's being said here, because there is hope for everybody. There is a solution. He goes on to say this, about 1 year prior to this experience, a man was brought in to be treated for chronic alcoholism. He had but partially recovered from a gastric hemorrhage and seemed to be a case of pathological mental deterioration. That's pretty serious. Now we're getting down to the point of feeble-mindedness. He had lost everything worthwhile in life and was only living, one might say, to drink. He frankly admitted and believed that for him there was no hope. Following the elimination of alcohol, there was found to be no permanent brain injury. He accepted the plan outlined in this book. 1 year later, he called in to see me, and I experienced a very strange sensation. I knew the man by name and partly recognized his features, but there all resemblance ended. From a trembling, despairing, nervous wreck, had emerged a man brimming over with self-reliance and contentment. I had talked with him for some time, but was not able to bring myself to feel that I had known him before. To me, he was a stranger, and so he left me. A long time has passed with no return to alcohol. Remember what the promise is, guys, back there in the promises? That our whole attitude and outlook upon life will change. Remember when we get to the third step what it tells us. We were reborn. There's a total rebirth of thinking. Remember what it tells us, that when the spiritual malady is overcome, we will straighten out mentally and physically. You can watch the transformation of newcomers within weeks. Not months, but within weeks. The whole thing, their face changes, their expression changes, their carriage changes. Everything about them begins to change. There's a smile on their face, there's a lilt in their voice, there's optimism. Where before there had been a nervous, despairing, trembling wreck. And a lot of us in here have experienced that. We know what Doctor's talking about. Going on, he says, when I need a mental uplift, I often think of another case brought in by a physician prominent in New York. The patient had made his own diagnosis and, deciding his situation hopeless, had hidden in a deserted barn, determined to die. He was rescued by a searching party and in desperate condition brought to me. Following his physical rehabilitation, he had a talk with me in which he frankly stated he thought the treatment a waste of effort, unless I could assure him, which no one ever had, that in the future he would have the willpower to resist the impulse to drink. Well, I guess all of us have found out how illusory this idea of willpower really is. And yet so many people are insistent that we should exercise our willpower. And if we only had a little more willpower, a little bit more motivation, we would be able to stop drinking or modify our drinking. And yet we have to find out, and we have to accept the fact that there is no such thing as stopping drinking on willpower alone. His alcoholic problem was so complex and his depression so great that we felt his only hope would be through what we then called moral psychology, and we doubted if even that would have any effect. Now, moral psychology, you notice the use of the word moral there, because Dr. Silkworth was really not much into religion or religious ideas, but he was certainly a student of morals and ethics, and he believed in that. And he was right in the same class with some other psychologists and psychiatrists who were beginning to understand that in order for them to be effective with their clients and their patients, they were going to have to take into account the spiritual side of the patient's lives as well as the medical and mental side. Top of the page, next page. However, he did become sold on the idea contained in this book. He has not had a drink for a great many years. I see him now and then, and he is as fine a specimen of manhood as one could wish to meet. Now then, this last little sentence is so important, because we have to remember where it's coming from and the circumstances under which it comes. Let's see what Dr. Silkworth says. I earnestly advise every alcoholic to read this book through. And though perhaps he came to scoff, he may remain to pray. The last word in the doctor's opinion is pray. I earnestly advise every alcoholic to read this book through. Now, that's exactly what we learned in the 7th chapter. Please turn now to page 95. Page 95 is discussing how we work with a new person. We've taken them through as much as we can up to this point. We've told them about ourselves and how we drank. We've told them about the disease. We've told them how we recovered. On page 95, the third paragraph. If he is sincerely interested and wants to see you again, ask him to read this book in the interval. After doing that, he must decide for himself whether he wants to go on. Please notice that the word "this book," it does not say some parts of this book or a Leader's Digest expurgated version of this book or an as your sponsor sees it part of this book, but the book. Read this book in the interval. And there's very good reasons for that. We'll discuss that in a minute. After doing that, he must decide for himself whether he wants to go on. He should not be pushed or prodded by you, his wife, or his friends. If he is to find God, the desire must come from within. And we forget that a lot, guys. Somehow or another, we think that we are so articulate and we are so convincing that we can take the new person and somehow or another talk them into the idea of working the steps and getting sober. The Big Book tells us just the opposite. If he is to find God, the desire must come from within. We cannot force any of this to happen. So if you're new and you want to know what this program's all about, reread this story or read it along with us and think about what we're doing. Okay, now we're going to find Bill on page 1, 1917, and war fever ran high in the New England town to which we new young officers from Plattsburgh were assigned. And we were flattered when the first citizens took us to their homes, making us feel heroic. That wouldn't happen these days, would it? No. Keep those warmongers out of my house. Bunch of cowboys. Just like our president, right? That's what they're saying about him now. Here was love, applause, war. Moments sublime, with intervals hilarious. See how romanticizing this war thing Bill was making it? And this was what was going on in his head. He was loving this stuff. He was in uniform, he was an officer, they were treating him like a hero. Wow, this was great stuff. Lots of fun, lots of laughs. I was part of life at last. And in the midst of the excitement, I discovered liquor. Now, in other writings, Bill has described this discovery as being this. He said it was the release from pain. And later, of course, you and I have come to understand from our own experience that fear is extraordinarily painful. And all of a sudden, bulletproof, wow, immortal, 10 feet tall, irresistible, funny, absolutely charming, handsome, beautiful. It was all there because the pain of fear was gone. I forgot the strong warnings and prejudices of my people concerning drink. In time, we sailed for over there. I was very lonely, and again I turned to liquor, to alcohol. We landed in England. I visited Winchester Cathedral. Much moved, I wandered outside. My attention was caught by a doggerel on an old tombstone. But while Bill was in that cathedral, in other writings he tells us about this, that there was something that happened to him while he was in that cathedral, that there was like this great wind blowing through, and he felt tremendously close to God at that time. It was quite a powerful experience for him. And when he tells us a little bit later about what happened to him when he had that epiphany, you know, that very powerful spiritual experience later, he relates that as if he was again experiencing what he had experienced in the Winchester Cathedral. So I moved outside, I wandered outside, my attention was caught by a doggerel, and this is on an old tombstone. Here lies a Hampshire grenadier. The grenadier was a foot soldier, literally threw grenades. That's what they called them. They were just kind of hand bombs. Here lies a Hampshire grenadier. Hampshire is the regiment, who caught his death drinking cold, small beer. Now, the beer was cold, and it was a small beer, which in England at that time was something other than stout or ale or one of the more potent drinks. A small beer didn't mean the size of the glass or anything, or the mug. It's talking about the potency and the color. It was a lighter beer. So he caught his death drinking cold, small beer. Now, what I imagine this, because I saw this happen in Las Vegas one time, and this is probably clear off base, but I was on Las Vegas Boulevard on the Strip, and it was about 115 degrees in the middle of the summer. It was so hot on the pavement, if you didn't have thick soles on, you'd burn your feet. And this guy came stumbling out of a bar, and apparently he'd been sitting there drinking cold beer, and he hit that wall of that heat, and he died. Boom, it nailed him just like that. I'm thinking maybe that's what happened to this guy. A good soldier is never forgot, whether he dieth by musket or by pot. And I know what all of you are thinking. This is not wacky tobacco. The word pot here refers to the receptacle for the beer. If you went into a pub in those days, you would order a pot. And today, if you went in and ordered a pot, the bobbies would arrest you. But in those days, you ordered a pot and it was filled with beer or ale or whatever you were getting. And so they're saying, even though he didn't die out there by getting shot, he's still a good soldier. And it just happens that he died because he had a cold, small beer. And maybe they're really saying he drank himself to death, but I kind of doubt it. On this warning, which I failed to heed, Bill is saying, look at this. He died by drinking a cold, small beer. Ominous warning, which I failed to heed. 22, and a veteran of foreign wars, I went home at last. I fancied myself a leader. Or had not the men of my battery given me a special token of appreciation? My talent for leadership, I imagined, would place me at the head of vast enterprises, which I would manage with the utmost assurance. I know there's nobody in here who didn't have those thoughts at 22. Grandiosity, that's one of the hallmarks of us, you know. And most of us have got a pretty good reason to be grandiose, you know. We're pretty smart people. We've got a whole hell of a lot in the ball. It's amazing how many people who come in here would, if they chose to apply, would be embraced immediately by Mensa. And people in AA, so many of them have been extremely successful in their life, not necessarily monetarily, but in their achievements. I don't know whether that means anything or not, but I've certainly have seen it. And I'm not talking about that we come from the upper echelons of society, by no means. That doesn't seem to have anything to do with it. But here is our friend Bill, who having come back from the war, was ready to conquer the world. Let's go on page 2 now. I took a night law course and obtained employment as investigator for a surety company. He says the drive for success was on, we're top of page 2 now. I'd proved to the world I was important. My work took me about Wall Street, and little by little I became interested in the market. Many people lost money. but some became very rich. Why not I? I studied economics and business as well as law. Potential alcoholic that I was, I nearly failed my law course. At one of the finals, I was too drunk to think or write. Though my drinking was not yet continuous, it disturbed my wife. We had long talks when I would still her forebodings by telling her that when men of genius conceived their best projects, they were drunk. That the most majestic constructions of philosophic thought were so derived. Well, look at Papa down there in Key West. Look at the beautiful stuff he's writing. By the time I'd completed the course, I knew the law was not for me. The inviting maelstrom of Wall Street had me in its grip. Business and financial leaders were my heroes. Out of this alloy of drink and speculation, I commenced to forge the weapon that one day would turn in its flight like a boomerang and all but cut me to ribbons. Living modestly, my wife and I saved $1,000. It went into certain securities, then cheap and rather unpopular. I rightly imagined they would someday have a great rise. I failed to persuade my broker friends to send me out looking over factories and managements, but my wife and I decided to go anyway. I developed a theory that most people lost money in stocks through ignorance of markets. I discovered many more reasons later on. We gave up our positions and off we roared on a motorcycle. The sidecar stuffed with tent, blankets, a change of clothes, 3 huge volumes of financial reference service. He isn't saying it, but of course, and also Lois. You can imagine what that looked like. My friends thought a lunacy commission should be appointed. We don't have those anymore, but lunacy commission, that was a real thing. It was kind of a star chamber where somebody would rat you out if you were crazy. And then the cops would see to it that you were hauled before a lunacy commission. And the purpose there was to find out whether you were crazy or not, and if you were, to incarcerate you somewhere in Bedlam where you'd never surface again. Perhaps they were right. I had some success at speculation, so we had a little money, but we once worked on a farm for a month to avoid drawing on our small capital. That was the last honest manual labor on my part for many a day. We covered the whole eastern United States in a year. At the end of this journey, at the end of it, my reports to Wall Street procured me a position there and the use of a large expense account. What he's not saying, and in other writings he tells us about, he was sending these reports in like weekly, and some of the guys, the bright guys on Wall Street, began to see that this was a straight poop. This was present information. This was current, and it was like today, everything is so, nobody's hidden anymore because everything is wide open through the internet and the phone, and everybody knows everybody's business now, but in those days it was pretty hard to get information, and here was Bill with first-hand stuff, and these guys on the street were cashing in on it big time. So as soon as he got back, they immediately brought him into the company, gave him a big expense account. Boy, he loved that. The exercise of an option brought in more money, leaving us with a profit of several $1,000s for that year. For the next few years, he says, fortune threw money and applause my way. I had arrived, he said. Oh boy. His motto was, whether you're rich or poor, it's nice to have money. Oh boy. Anyway, maybe someday. I got a deal I'm doing right now that see, you never quit. I mean, this ain't going to make me $1 million, I promise you. And no, you can't borrow any of it either. I'm keeping hold of myself. Okay. My judgment and ideas were followed by many to the tune of paper millions. And I swear to you that this was more important to Bill than the money he was making. That he was being accorded all of this notoriety, all of this love and attention and people considering him to be a financial wizard was much more important to him than the money. I keep telling people, you know, others will work much harder for their name and lights than they ever will for money. Give them recognition. Well, they're just doing what they're supposed to do. Good. Well, your company's going on its butt, friend. The company that recognizes the need of human beings to be recognized for their as being worthwhile, being given pats on the back and plaudits and awards and all that, that's a company that survives. The great boom of the late 20s was seething and swelling. Drink was taking an important and exhilarating part of my life. There was loud talk in the jazz places uptown. You got to remember now, this is Prohibition. And so these jazz places, of course, were all, what did they call them in those days? Speakeasy. Yeah, they were all well, you know, all you had to do to keep a speakeasy open is pay off the cops. You know, and buy your liquor from the mob, and then everything was fine. Nobody bothered you. Everyone spending thousands and chattered in millions. Scoffers could scoff and be damned. I made a host of fair-weather friends. My drinking assumed more serious proportions, continuing all day and almost every night. The remonstrances of my friends terminated in a row, and I became a lone wolf. There were many unhappy scenes in our sumptuous apartment. There had been no real infidelity. I love that word, real, don't you? What in the hell is no real infidelity? Oh man, that's about as weak-kneed as honest desire. No real infidelity. I guess maybe my mind just runs in those channels. Anyway, for loyalty to my wife, helped at times by extreme drunkenness, kept me out of those scrapes. In 1929, I contracted golf fever. We went at once to the country, my wife to applaud, while I started out to overtake Walter Hagen. Walter Hagen was the Tiger Woods of the day, or the Jack Nicklaus, or he was just before Sammy Snead. And Walter Hagen had won over in England at the big tournament over there. So now Bill was going to overtake him and become a better golfer than Walter Hagen. Liquor caught up with me much faster than I came up behind Walter. I began to be jittery in the morning. Golf permitted drinking every day and every night. It was fun to carry him around the exclusive course which had inspired such awe in me as a lad. I had acquired the impeccable coat of tan one sees upon the well-to-do. The local banker watched me whirl fat checks in and out of his till with amused skepticism. That's a great line. The local banker watching Bill in his ego and his pride, whirling checks in and out. But the banker was skeptical, because he'd probably seen some ups and downs in his life which Bill had never experienced. It was about to happen. Abruptly, in 1929, hell broke loose on the New York Stock Exchange. After one of those days of inferno, I wobbled from a hotel bar to a brokerage office. It was 8 o'clock. 5 hours after the market closed, the ticker still clattered. I was staring at an inch of tape which bore the inscription XYZ 32. It had been 52 that morning. I was finished, and so were many friends. The papers reported men jumping to death from the towers of high finance. That disgusted me. I would not jump. I went back to the bar. My friends had dropped several million since 10 o'clock. So what? Tomorrow was another day. As I drank, the old fierce determination to win came back. Now this is a description, of course, of the stock market crash, which preceded the Great Depression, which really lasted all the way through the 30s until the Second World War got started. We were beginning to come out of it around 1940. Next morning I telephoned a friend in Montreal. He had plenty of money left and thought I'd better go to Canada. By the following spring we were living in our accustomed style. I felt like Napoleon returning from Elba. Remember that now? Napoleon was exiled twice. The first time was to the island of Elba. And then he came back in triumph, and he reestablished his position. And then finally they got to him again, and the next time he was exiled to St. Helena. But when he came back from Elba, it was like a triumphal procession, everybody cheering him in the streets. But the next time they got rid of him, they got rid of him for good. So Bill's talking about he feel like Napoleon returning from Elba. He had been in exile in Canada, but drinking caught up with me again, and my generous friend had to let me go. This time we stayed broke. We went to live with my wife's parents. I found a job, then lost it as a result of a brawl with a taxi driver. Why in the world? Why would he get fired for? He wasn't driving a taxi, I don't think. Oh well. Mercifully, no one could guess that I was to have no real employment for 5 years, or hardly draw a sober breath. My wife, my poor wife, began to work in a department store, coming home exhausted to find me drunk. I became an unwelcome hanger-on at brokerage places. Now this is where the cheese, as they say, begins to get binding, because Bill has crossed over the line now. Now we're going to hear about the devastation that alcohol causes to a real alcoholic. And we're not talking about people who just drink a little too much and get a DUI or something. We're talking about people with the disease of alcoholism, a progressive, incurable, and deadly disease. And now we find Bill really caught in it. Liquor ceased to be a luxury. It became a necessity. Bathtub gin, 2 bottles a day, and often 3, got to be routine. I don't know if any of you ever even smelled bathtub gin, let alone drank it. I imagine there are a couple of people here who probably saw it around the house, but this was raw. It was basically alcohol, and it would just tear your guts out. And Bill was drinking 2-3 bottles of that a day. Sometimes a small deal would net a few $100s, and I would pay my bills at the bars and delicatessens. We don't want to get cut off down at the bar. This went on endlessly, and I began to awaken very early in the morning, shaking violently. A tumbler full of gin, followed by a half-dozen bottles of beer, would be required if I were to eat any breakfast. Nevertheless, I still thought I could control the situation, and there were periods of sobriety which renewed my wife's hope. So what we're hearing here is we're seeing Bill, even though he is being destroyed by alcohol, in full-blown denial that he has a problem. And he was proving that he had no problem by stopping drinking from time to time. See, I don't have to drink. See, I can get sober. This probably sounds familiar to a lot of you here. Gradually, things got worse. The house was taken over by the mortgage holder. My mother-in-law died. My wife and father-in-law became ill. Then I got a promising business opportunity. Stocks were at the low point of 1932, and I had somehow formed a group to buy. I was to share generously in the profits. Well, you know what happened. Then I went on a prodigious bender, and the chance vanished. Remember when we were reading the doctor's opinion, he talked about exactly the same thing with one of his patients. promising business opportunity, and a couple days before it was to all get started, he went out and got drunk and lost the whole thing. And this is so insane. And people who are not like us, people who don't have our disease, can never understand it. But you guys understand it because you've been there. I mean, this insanity is a part of what's wrong with us. And we have to, and we can't fight with it ourselves. We don't have any power over our insanity. We have to have God's help. The second step tells us, doesn't it, that He could restore us to sanity. And by the time we get to the 10th step, we have been restored to sanity. Miracle. I woke up. This had to be stopped. I saw I could not take so much as one drink. I was through forever. Before then I had written lots of sweet promises, but my wife happily observed that this time I meant business, and so I did. Shortly afterward I came home drunk. There had been no fight. Where had been my high resolve? I simply didn't know. It hadn't even come to mind. Someone had pushed a drink my way, and I had taken it. Was I crazy? I began to wonder, for such an appalling lack of perspective seemed near being just that. Renewing my resolve, I tried again. Some time passed, and confidence began to be replaced by cocksureness. I could laugh at the gin mills. Ha 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 ha. Now I had what it takes. One day I walked into a cafe to telephone. In no time I was beating on the bar, asking myself how it happened. As the whiskey rose to my head, I told myself I would manage better next time, but I might as well get good and drunk then. And I did. The remorse, horror, and hopelessness of the next morning are unforgettable. The courage to do battle was not there. My brain raced uncontrollably, and there was a terrible sense of impending calamity. I hardly dared cross the street, lest I collapse and be run down by an early morning truck, for it was scarcely daylight. An all-night place supplied me with a dozen glasses of ale. My writhing nerves were stilled at last. A morning paper told me the market had gone to hell again, and so had I. The market would recover, but I wouldn't. That was a hard thought. Should I kill myself? No, not now. Then a mental fog settled down. Gin would fix that. So 2 bottles and oblivion. The mind and body are marvelous mechanisms. For mine endured this agony for 2 more years. Sometimes I stole from my wife's slender purse. That doesn't mean a thin purse. It means there wasn't much money in it. From my wife's slender purse, when the morning terror and madness were on me. Again I swayed dizzily before an open window or the medicine cabinet where there was poison, cursing myself for a weakling. There were flights from city to country and back as my wife and I sought escape. Then came the night when the physical and mental torture was so hellish I feared I would burst through my window sash and all. Somehow I managed to drag my mattress to a lower floor lest I suddenly leap. A doctor came with a heavy sedative. Next day found me drinking both gin and sedative. This combination soon landed me on the rocks. People feared for my sanity, so did I. I could eat little or nothing when drinking, and I was 40 pounds underweight. Dr. Silkworth talked about this, and remember in his opinion, that some people don't stop, and they are willing to accept death rather than having to face the terrors of stopping drinking. My brother-in-law is a physician, and through his kindness and that of my mother, I was placed in a nationally known hospital for the mental and physical rehabilitation of alcoholics. All right, this is the first time now that we hear about Towns Hospital. Bill doesn't identify it here, but the doctor's opinion and Dr. Silkworth have already identified Towns Hospital for us. We know all about it. We know that this was in New York City. We know that Dr. Silkworth was the director of the hospital, the medical director, that they had been in business for a long, long time, and that they were one of the leading hospitals in the world for the treatment of alcoholism and drug addiction. And yet we also learned from Dr. Silkworth that there were many cases that came through their doors that they couldn't help at all. They could get them detoxed all right, but they had no effect whatsoever in stopping them from drinking or using. Going on page 7 now. Under the so-called belladonna treatment, my brain cleared. You know what belladonna is? It's a poison. They were poisoning these people. I think in some places called nightshade. You get a little bit too much of that stuff, it'll kill you. Okay, so now Bill has been belladonna'd and cleared up his brain. Hydrotherapy, which of course is, you can visualize it. Hydrotherapy, it's either a hot bath or a cold bath, or they stick you in a room with pressure hoses and spray you. I'm not sure what he's talking about here, but it's the same stuff they use on all mentally ill people. Hydrotherapy and mild exercise help much. Best of all, I met a kind doctor, Dr. Silkworth, who explained that though certainly selfish and foolish, talking about Bill being selfish and foolish, I had been seriously ill, bodily and mentally. It relieved me somewhat to learn that in alcoholics the will is amazingly weakened when it comes to combating liquor, though it often remains strong in other respects. My incredible behavior in the face of a desperate desire to stop was explained. Aha, big sigh of relief, right? You see, all of this, the stuff I was doing, the decisions based on self that I was making, all of my crapped out behavior, now I can explain it. It's because I'm sick. Big sigh of relief means I don't have to accept any responsibility for it. And this is what Bill was feeling. Understanding myself now, I fared forth in high hope. For 3 or 4 months the goose hung high. That's an old expression that means that everything was fine. In the old English pubs or in the restaurants or taverns, the goose, they served goose all the time, and the goose was up here and it was hanging from a rafter. And so when the geese were there and the goose was there and you knew you were going to be able to eat good, the goose hung high. I went to town regularly and even made a little money. Surely this was the answer. Self-knowledge. No, Bill. We just got through reading what Fred said about that, right? That self-knowledge and fear of the consequences didn't keep him sober. But it was not. Self-knowledge was not the answer. For the frightful day came when I drank once more. The curve of my declining moral and bodily health fell off like a ski jump. At the time I returned to the hospital, this was the finish, the curtain, it seemed to me. My weary and despairing wife was informed that it would all end with heart failure during delirium tremens, or I would develop a wet brain, perhaps within a year. She would soon have to give me over to the undertaker or the asylum. They did not need to tell me. I knew and almost welcomed the idea. See, Bill had actually was working his first step here, wasn't he? I mean, he was getting, he knew, and he knew that he could not drink successfully. So we needed to see where his first step kicked in for Bill, because a little bit later we're going to be looking at his second step. Then we're going to be looking at 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 11 while he was still in the hospital, and then 12. Okay, it was a devastating blow to my pride I, who had thought so well of myself and my abilities, of my capacity to surmount obstacles, was cornered at last. Now I was to plunge into the dark, joining that endless procession of sots who had gone on before. I thought of my poor wife. There had been much happiness after all. What would I not give to make amends? But that was over now. No words could tell of the loneliness and despair I found in that bitter morass of self-pity. Quicksand stretched around me in all directions. I had met my match. I had been overwhelmed. Alcohol was my master. Trembling, I stepped from the hospital a broken man. Fear sobered me for a bit. Please hear what that's saying. Fear sobered me for a bit. And that's the one place where we can probably see that for some of us, fear is a salutary effect. If it is enough to get us started and to get us in here. But we cannot count on fear to keep us sober. Fear sobered me for a bit, Bill says. Then came the insidious insanity of that first drink, and on Armistice Day 1934, which by the way was November 11th, we now call it Veterans Day, but it was Armistice Day, the day the armistice was signed between the Germans and the Allies in World War I. I was off again. Everyone became resigned to the certainty that I would have to be shut up somewhere or would stumble along to a miserable end. How dark it is before the dawn. In reality, that was the beginning of my last debauch. I was soon to be catapulted into what I like to call the fourth dimension of existence. I was to know happiness, peace, and usefulness as a way of life that is incredibly more wonderful as time passes. Near the end of that bleak November, I sat drinking in my kitchen. With a certain satisfaction, I reflected there was enough gin concealed about the house to carry me through that night and the next day. My wife was at work. I wondered whether I dared hide a full bottle of gin near the head of our bed. I would need it before daylight. My musing was interrupted by the telephone. The cheery voice of an old school friend asked if he might come over. He was sober. It was years since I could remember his coming to New York in that condition. I was amazed. Rumor had it that he had been committed for alcoholic insanity. I wondered how he'd escaped. Of course, he would have dinner, and then I could drink openly with him. Unmindful of his welfare, well, of course, Bill, you were totally buried in self at that time, weren't you? Unmindful of his welfare, I thought only of recapturing the spirit of other days. There was that time we had chartered an airplane to complete a Jag. By the way, a Jag does not mean one of those English cars or one of those cats that you find out in the jungle. That's just an old-fashioned word for a drunk. His coming was an oasis in this dreary desert of futility, the very thing an oasis. Drinkers are like that. Now then, here's where it all starts for Bill. And all starts for us, right here. The door opened and he stood there, fresh-skinned and glowing. There was something about his eyes. He was inexplicably different. What had happened? I pushed the drink around across the table. He refused it. Disappointed but curious, I wondered what had got into the fellow. He wasn't himself. Come, what's all this about? I queried. He looked straight at me, simply but smiling. He said, I've got religion. Well, you can imagine, Bill says I was aghast. So that was it. Last summer an alcoholic crackpot. Now I suspect a little cracked about religion. He had that starry-eyed look. Yes, the old boy was on fire all right, but bless his heart, let him rant. Besides, my gin would last longer than his preaching. He did no ranting. In a matter-of-fact way, he told how two men had appeared in court persuading the judge to suspend his commitment. That was Roland Hazard and a friend from the Oxford group. They had told of a simple religious idea and a practical program of action. That was 2 months ago, and the result was self-evident. It worked. And therefore, when Ebby said, "I've got religion," he wasn't kidding. He joined a religious movement. And when Bill talks about a simple religious idea, please, if you're new, don't be misled. This program of Alcoholics Anonymous is not religious, nor is AA in any sense of the word a religion. And we have members who profess and practice just about every religion there is, and many no religion at all. And so we have absolutely no connection with any established religion or any established anything else for that matter. We stand absolutely alone with God. That's where we stand. He had come to pass his experience along to me, if I cared to have it. I was shocked, but interested. Certainly I was interested. I had to be, for I was hopeless. There we go. We've been waiting for that. He talked for hours. Childhood memories rose before me. Now this paragraph is very important because it lays the foundation for us to understand Bill in his dilemma, his spiritual dilemma. And he did have a problem, big problem. We'll see how that works out. I could almost hear the sound of the preacher's voice as I sat on still Sundays way over there on the hillside. He was there with his grandfather most times. They liked to hear it, but they didn't want to participate. There was that proffered temperance pledge I never signed, and his grandfather's good-natured contempt of some church folk and their doings, his insistence that the Spears really had their music, but his denial of the preacher's right to tell him how he must listen. And his grandfather apparently was at least an agnostic. His fearlessness as he spoke of these things just before he died. What Bill is telling us here is that his grandfather did not, upon his deathbed, pander to the idea of God in order to, in one way or another, to save himself. These recollections welled up from the past. They made me swallow hard. Oh, that wartime day in old Winchester at the cathedral came back again. Now here we see Bill in his dilemma. I had always believed in a power greater than myself. I had often pondered these things. I was not an atheist. Few people really are, for that means blind faith in the strange proposition that this universe originated in a cipher and aimlessly rushes nowhere. My intellectual heroes, the chemists, the astronomers, even the evolutionists, suggested vast laws and forces at work. Despite contrary indications, I had little doubt that a mighty purpose and rhythm underlay all. How could there be so much of precise and immutable law and no intelligence? I simply had to believe in a spirit of the universe who knew neither time nor limitation. But that was as far as I had gone. Now, this is not something which is that unusual. There are, in my experience, there are very few people who are truly atheistic in the sense that they just maintain there is no God, period. Period. No, nothing to argue about. God does not exist. God isn't dead, he just never was. Or it never was. Most people who are having this kind of difficulty, in my experience anyway, has been that they believe that there may be this czar of the heavens, or this power that created it all and keeps it all running, but cannot conceive of this gigantic power having anything to do with them personally. You see, that's the problem. A God personal to each of us. With ministers and the world's religions, I parted right there. When they talked of a God personal to me, who was love, superhuman strength and direction, I became irritated and my mind snapped shut against such a theory. To Christ I conceded the certainty of a great man, not too closely followed by those who claimed him. His moral teaching most excellent. For myself I had adopted those parts which seemed convenient and not too difficult. The rest I disregarded. And boy, that sounds familiar. The wars which had been fought, the burnings and chicanery that religious dispute had facilitated made me sick. I honestly doubted whether on balance the religions of mankind had done any good. Judging from what I'd seen in Europe and since, the power of God in human affairs was negligible. The brotherhood of man a grim jest. If there was a devil, he seemed the boss universal, and he certainly had me. But my friend, now here we go. Here's Ebby now. This is 12-step work at its initial, right at the beginning, right as everything is starting for us, and it's wonderful what happened. My friend sat before me, and he made the point-blank declaration that God had done for him what he could not do for himself. See how powerful that was? And Bill was listening to him. Bill's believing him because Ebby had credibility with Bill. Bill had to believe him. He knew that something had happened here. This was a terrible drunk who couldn't stop drinking. Here he was. His human will had failed. How many times are we going to hear that repeated now in this book? Over and over and over again. We cannot stop drinking on willpower alone. Our human will fail. Doctors had pronounced him incurable, as he obviously was. Society is about to lock him up. Like myself, he had admitted complete defeat. Now here is Bill telling us flat out, he's taken the first step. He has admitted complete defeat. Then he had in effect been raised from the dead, suddenly taken from the scrap heap to a level of life better than the best he had ever known. Had this power originated in him? Obviously it had not. There had been no more power in him than there was in me at that moment, and this was none at all. Here we go, you see, powerlessness. And later on in the 4th chapter, we're going to read the epitome of this, that this was our problem, lack of power. That was our dilemma. That floored me. It began to look as though religious people were right after all. Here was something at work in the human heart which had done the impossible. My ideas about miracles were drastically revised right then. You see, that's because Bill knew Ebby, and he knew that when Ebby said these things, the proof was sitting right in front of him. Here was this guy who was destined to be committed, who was sober, bright-eyed, and talking good sense about how he had recovered. And Bill was saying, man, this is really something I want. And he knew that something miraculous had to have worked in Ebby's life. It wasn't anything that Ebby had any control over. He goes on to say, never mind the musty past. Here sat a miracle directly across the kitchen table. He shouted, good tidings. I saw that my friend was much more than inwardly reorganized. He was on a different footing. His roots grasp a new soil. Just stop and think how profound that is. Everything that's happened to this guy has changed his life completely. His roots are in a new soil. Everything has to change. And this means a complete psychic change. And it means that we get on a different footing. Our roots are in different soil. It was only a matter of being willing to believe in a power greater than myself. Nothing more was required of me to make my beginning. This is what Ebby was telling Bill. Remember, we just read this in chapter 7, 4 more times in chapter 4. The key to everything is the willingness to believe. Not the belief, but the willingness to believe. The way Bill put it was, he said, I learned I had to pray just as if there were a God. And then when the miracles started coming, I could no longer deny they came from a power greater than myself. That's when faith came. He said faith was the greatest gift of all. So he had to go through this same process. And so therefore now we see him working his second step, coming to believe that there is a power out there greater than himself which can restore him to sanity. We saw him reach the point of complete deflation. Now we're seeing him coming to believe. Going on, he said, I saw that growth could start from that point. Upon a foundation of complete willingness, I might build what I saw in my friend. Would I have it? Of course I would. Thus I was convinced that God is concerned with us humans. He means on a personal level. When we want Him enough. You see, this is bringing it right back to us, because everything in our program is based upon the efforts that we make. It's based upon the work that we do. It's based upon our demonstration of a willingness to surrender and to do God's will. And so what it's telling us here, that God is interested in us humans, put the word only in there. Only when we want Him enough. We must come to Him. At long last I saw, I felt, I believed. Okay? Believe. Second step. Everybody got that? Scales of pride and prejudice fell from my eyes. A new world came into view. The real significance of my experience in the cathedral burst upon me. For a brief moment I had needed and wanted God. That was back in the cathedral. There had been a humble willingness to have Him with me, and He came back in the cathedral. But soon the sense of His presence had been blotted out by worldly clamors, mostly those within myself. Now when we get to the third step, what are we going to learn? That our problems of our own making, that they arise out of ourselves, and that the alcoholic is an extreme example of self-will run riot. And he's saying here, and so worldly clamors, mostly those within myself. So it is self which then, we're learning here, it's self which has blocked us from God. Does that make sense? Everybody see that? And so had it been ever since, how blind I had been. Now Bill was very sick. He'd been drinking hard for quite a while now, for a couple months. And so in the second paragraph, at the hospital, I was separated from alcohol for the last time. Treatment seemed wise, where I had showed signs of delirium tremens. There I humbly offered myself to God, as I then understood Him, to do with me as He would. There is the third step. I placed myself unreservedly under His care and direction. Third step. I admitted for the first time that of myself I was nothing, that without Him I was lost. In other words, I quit playing God. And I decided that hereafter in this drama of life, God was going to be the director. He the father, and I the child. Next sentence. I ruthlessly faced my sins and became willing to have my newfound friend take them away, root and branch. Fourth step, fifth step, sixth step. You see the willingness to be relieved of the defects of character? There's no diddling around here. No going 9 months while we brush our teeth with our left hand or play quarters and parking meters. That's all errant nonsense. When we see that these defects of character are killing us and we have no power over them, we can't get rid of them ourselves, they're deadly, they block us from God, obviously we want to be free from them. But if we never see that because we're not properly taught or directed, then of course we can fiddle around with the sixth step for the rest of our lives and never get sober. I have not had a drink since. Now Ebby came to see him, and I have fully acquainted him with my problems and deficiencies. Fifth step. Fifth step. Remember that we find, let's say, in the book of James, confess your faults one to another, the Bible says. In the letter to the Ephesians, the same thing from St. Paul. Okay? There's no doubt about it. This is biblical. This whole idea of the fifth step is a very, very important spiritual principle recognized throughout the ages. That it's not enough to confess to God. We must confess to each other, because it is in that confession to each other that we learn the humility and the honesty and the fearlessness that's necessary to go forward with the rest of the steps. We made a list of people we had hurt or toward whom I felt resentment. Where do we make our 8-step list? Anybody know? And the 4th step. Absolutely. So now we have 4 and 8 in that sentence. I express my entire willingness to approach these individuals admitting my wrong. That's again 8th step, isn't it? Never was I to be critical of them. I was to right all such matters to the utmost of my ability. Those are 9th step, aren't they? I was to test my thinking by the new God consciousness within me, the 11th step. And where do we find this business of God consciousness? We find it on page 85 and between the 10th and 11th steps. What it says is that we became God conscious. I was to test my thinking by the new God consciousness within. Common sense would thus become uncommon sense. I was to sit quietly when in doubt, asking only for direction and strength to meet my problems as He would have me. That's 11th step. Never was I to pray for myself, except as my requests bore on my usefulness to others. 11th step. Then only might I expect to receive, but that would be in great measure. My friend promised me when these things were done, I would enter upon a new relationship with my Creator, that I would have the elements of a way of living which answered, notice this, all my problems. All my problems. Make a note there, guys. Belief in the power of God, plus enough willingness, honesty, and humility to establish and maintain the new order of things were the essential requirements. And we're going to get willingness through prayer, and honesty and humility comes to us in the 5th step. To maintain the new order of things were the essential requirements. Simple but not easy. A price had to be paid. Please, see how that one little sentence, just think what it's saying. All this stuff is very simple. Let's keep it simple. But let's not be thinking it's going to be easy, because it's not. Yeah.
Doesn't that word maintain kind of imply 10 stuff?
Yeah, 10 and 11, absolutely. We're going to find out when we get to page 85 that we have but a daily reprieve, which is contingent upon the maintenance of our spiritual condition. Absolutely, it foreshadows that. Good. You know, I never saw that before. God, that really hurt me to have to admit that, you know. I never saw that before. It's absolutely... I don't have any illusions about women. They're much smarter than men. Okay, now this next sentence. It meant destruction of self-centeredness. Selfishness, self-centeredness, that is the root of our troubles. We have to be rid of this selfishness that'll kill us. We can't get rid of it on our own. How do we get rid of it? Only with God's help. Everybody got that? Destruction of self-centeredness. And now this little sentence goes to the heart of everything in our program. I must turn in all things to the Father of light, who presides over us all. Oh, but my sponsor said, I can't have an affair for a year, I can't do anything for you, I got to, What about turning in all things to the Father of light rather than to your sponsor? Where does your sponsor have such an insight into God's will for you that your sponsor can tell you what God would tell you if you turn to God? You see, we do not arrogate unto ourselves this kind of power. And what we teach people is consistent. If you're in doubt, take it to God. Just as the Big Book tells us in the 4th step, with respect to our sexual things, if we're in doubt, then in our morning meditation we take it to God. We ask Him what He would have us do. And the right answer will come if we want it. See, so it's real important to remember the basic stuff. And when we remember that, it takes us out of ourselves and shows us what our real role is here, to be teachers. We don't want to control anybody's life. The moment we start controlling someone else's life, we make them dependent upon us, and we give them absolutely the wrong lesson. I must turn in all things to the Father of light who presides over us all. Now, the next paragraph talks about Bill's epiphany. You may remember the story, but he doesn't recite it in such detail here, but here's what happened. Bill had decided that he needed to, he was hoping that he could feel very strongly the presence of God. And so he got on his knees and he said in effect, God, if you are there, please show yourself to me. And at that point he had this massive spiritual experience, what the Bible talks about as an epiphany, which never left him, by the way. His faith was shaken from time to time when he got real depressed and suicidal, but never completely blown away. He says, I felt lifted up as though a great clean wind of a mountaintop blew through and through. God comes to most men gradually, but His impact on me was sudden and profound. And so Bill was really shocked, because he felt as if he had a visitation of some kind. For the moment, he says on page 14, I was alarmed and called my friend the doctor to ask if I were still sane. He listened in wonder as I talked. Finally, he shook his head, saying, something has happened to you I don't understand. Well, boy, Bill, you better hang on to it. Anything is better than the way you were. The good doctor now sees many men who have such experiences. He knows that they are real. Okay, now the 12th step. I promise you the 12th step. While I lay in the hospital, so still in the hospital now, the thought came, this is the inspiration that led to the 12th step, that there were thousands of hopeless alcoholics who might be glad to have what had been so freely given me. Perhaps I could help some of them. They in turn might work with others. You see the whole pattern of the 12th step now. See the whole pattern of Alcoholics Anonymous, one alcoholic helping another. Growing from that simple premise that Bill could carry this message to others is why you and I are sitting here today. Let's go on. He wanted to discuss this with Evie. My friend had emphasized the absolute necessity of demonstrating these principles in all my affairs. That sounds pretty much like the 12th step, doesn't it? Practice these principles in all of our affairs. Particularly was it imperative to work with others as he had worked with me. Pure 12th step. Faith without works was dead, he said. We find that in the book of James. We find it 3 times in the Big Book. Faith without works is dead. Faith is not a state of mind. Faith is the active trusting God in the things that we do. Our actions of trust, our actions of faith. That's faith in action. Faith without works is dead. It is of absolutely no value. It's nothing but a bunch of electrons chasing each other in our heads. And how appallingly true for the alcoholic. Now here's the bottom line. This is why you and I are here today. This is why we're here. This is the culmination, the apex of our step life is that we are going to take what we've been given and we're going to give it away. And we must. M-U-S-T, must. For if an alcoholic failed to perfect and enlarge his spiritual life through what? Through work and self-sacrifice for others. This doesn't mean if it happens to be convenient. This doesn't mean if it happens to be something which doesn't so too much interfere with social life. This doesn't even mean if it's something which doesn't interfere with sleep. Self-sacrifice. Work and self-sacrifice for others. He, the alcoholic, could not survive those certain trials and low spots ahead. If he did not work with others, he would surely drink again, and if he drank, he would surely die. Then faith would be dead indeed. With us, it is just like that. My wife and I abandon ourselves with enthusiasm to the idea of helping other alcoholics to a solution of their problems. Now, and that's the truth. Lois threw her lot in with Bill right away. From all accounts, she said, "Yes, Bill, I will help you." And she did. She backed him up in all of this. And it was a long, hard road because there was no such thing as instant success. And never after that did they have any significant amount of money. Lois kept on working at the department store for quite a while after Bill got sober. Bill was able to make a little money here and there in the stock market, but basically they were living on pretty much of a shoestring. But Lois lived up to her commitment, and she stuck with Bill, and she stuck with him all the way through. And after he died in early part of 1970, right here in Miami at the Miami Heart Institute, Lois continued the work. And so this commitment, when he says, "My wife and I abandon ourselves with enthusiasm to the idea of helping other alcoholics to a solution of their problems," he means that literally. It was both he and Lois who did that. It was fortunate for my old business associates remained skeptical for a year and a half, during which I found little work. What he means by it was fortunate that she agreed, because otherwise, without her salary, they wouldn't have survived financially. I was not too well at the time and was plagued by waves of self-pity and resentment. We don't hear a whole lot about that, and Bill, in his other writings, seldom alludes to how he felt in that first 6 months period. We have a lot of information about his ups and downs, his depressions, and his suicidal impulses, and his LSD use and other stuff later on. That's pretty well documented. But exactly what was going on with him right after he got sober, this really, as far as I know, in all the literature, this is the only place that he alludes to it, that he was filled with waves of self-pity and resentment. And I don't know what resentment he's talking about. I guess maybe it's not important, except that we got to notice that Bill was far from being well at this point. And you could almost say in many respects he was walking around with untreated alcoholism. Self-pity and resentment are two of the most brutal defects of character, ones that will just tear us down. He goes on to say, "This sometimes nearly drove me back to drink, but I soon found that when all other measures failed, work with another alcoholic would save the day." Let's turn to page 89, please. Right top of page 89. "Practical experience shows that nothing will so much ensure immunity from drinking as intensive work with other alcoholics. It works when other activities fail." So you can see that all the way through the big book is entirely consistent The same message is repeated to us many times. It's a good thing too, because alcoholics really need repetition. You got to ask yourself, how much of it do you remember from meeting to meeting? And sometimes it means that we have to have a lot of repetition before a lot of this stuff really sinks in. Sometimes I have gone to my old hospital in despair, hoping that Dr. Silkworth could give him some magic bullet that would solve his problem. But when he came back to Towns Hospital, he found himself over there in the hopeless ward, in which, by the way, Dr. Silkworth had established in the hospital. They had a kind of a triage going on there, and there were the hopeless chronic alcoholics. Dr. Silkworth knew he could not help. He one time reported that he had had over 20,000 alcoholics come through his hospital, and very few had ever recovered. And but he kept on trying in spite of all that. Well, when Bill went over there, he would go and talk to these guys, and he tells us what happened. On talking to a man there, I would be amazingly lifted up and set on my feet. So he was learning. See, he first got the inkling of this from Ebby when Ebby came to work with him. But now Bill is finding out for sure that the answer to his own problems was to carry the message to others, and that's the basis, that's the foundation of Alcoholics Anonymous. Without that, probably most of us wouldn't have the gumption to get out there and carry the message, but carry the message we must, because if we do not do so, we don't keep the grace that we have been given. It was a design for living that works in rough going, that we're not just dealing here with some kind of a bunch of ragtag theories that were all cobbled together by a bunch of old guys sitting around smoking cigars and pipes in basements. This is something which came together as an inspired document, and it provides us with a design for living, a spiritual way of life. And this is what it is, this is what we live with, and this is what provides us with the recovery from the disease of alcoholism. Designed for living that works in rough going. Now, rough going is something, of course, which many of us experience as we go through sobriety. There's all kinds of stuff out there that can go haywire and screw in our lives, and other people don't necessarily cooperate with us, and sometimes there's some nasty stuff going on. But yet, this design for living works throughout all of that rough going. Going on page 15, we commence to make many fast friends, and fellowship has grown up among us, of which it is a wonderful thing to feel a part. The joy of living we really have, even under pressure and difficulty. I've seen hundreds of families set their feet in the path that really goes somewhere. I've seen the most impossible domestic situations righted, feuds and bitterness of all sorts wiped out. Hundreds of families set their feet in the path that really goes somewhere, have seen the most impossible domestic situations righted, feuds and bitterness of all sorts wiped out. I have seen men come out of asylums and resume a vital place in the lives of their families and communities. Business and professional men have regained their standing. There is scarcely any form of trouble and misery which has not been overcome among us. In one western city and its environs, there are 1,000 of us and our families. We meet frequently so that newcomers may find the fellowship they seek. At these informal gatherings, one may often see from 50 to 200 persons. We are growing in numbers and power. And all of those numbers were inflated. And when Bill originally wrote it, he used the real numbers. Notice, though, that we're looking at something here which is very real and very important. And that's back on page 15, 5 lines up from the bottom. There's scarcely any form of trouble and misery which has not been overcome among us. And that's literally so. There are several places in the Big Book it talks about the fact that we come from every possible environment. Some of us have come from the lowest possible places. Some of us have come from some of the high places, society-wise. Some of us have come in wearing whatever little meager wardrobe we had, and others have come in chauffeured by their chauffeur and attended by their maid in their Rolls-Royce limousine. But when it all boils down, it doesn't matter, because each and every one of us is a drunk. And for each and every one of us, there is a solution, and that solution is found here in the Big Book. And so it does not matter what our station in life was. It does not matter how far down we had gone, or how meager our experience with alcohol might have been. The question always is this, and it's stated very well in the 7th chapter. It says this: if he is to find God, the desire must come from within. And for those who have that desire and are willing to put in the effort, the program and the steps always work. And so it does not matter from whence we came. The remedy is the same, and it may take some of us a little longer than others. Some of us may have quite a bit further to go physically and mentally than others. It's also true that we are people who would not ordinarily mix under any circumstances. If we were out there in the prior lifetimes that we were leading, those of us who were frequenting low bars and low places and living on the street wouldn't want to have anything to do with those snobs, those highfalutin Gucci types over there. Just the contrary, the opposite would be equally true. And yet, I know all of you have seen people come in that door who are down and out and raggedy and maybe kind of smelly and maybe stumble around a little bit, and yet there are always people who go up to them and offer them help, offer them a hand, offer them coffee. And that's the way we are. And those of us, by the way, who don't do that ought to be ashamed of ourselves. I can't imagine how anybody who is afflicted with the disease of alcoholism could ever feel superior to another person who is likewise an alcoholic. I suppose sometimes we do. Going on page 16, an alcoholic in his cups is an unlovely creature. Our struggles with them are variously strenuous, comic, and tragic. One poor chap committed suicide in my home. Here's the rule now. He could not or would not see our way of life. Let's take a look on page 30. First sentence. Most of us have been unwilling to admit we were real alcoholics. Now let's look at page 58. Have we seen a person fail who has thoroughly followed our path? Those who do not recover are people who cannot or will not completely give themselves to this simple program. That's what it's saying here. He could not or would not see our way of life. So back on page 16 again now. I don't mind this bouncing around, but I think it's important for us to see how these things all tie together. Second paragraph, there is, however, a vast amount of fun about it all. I suppose some would be shocked at our seeming worldliness and levity, but just underneath there is deadly earnestness. There's another rule now, guys, and this is so important. Faith has to work 24 hours a day in and through us, or we perish. There are going to be a number of different places in the Big Book where this question of faith is emphasized in much the same way. But I don't know of any other place where it's put so bluntly that faith must work 24 hours a day in and through us, or we perish. And faith without works is dead. Notice the word work is used in this sentence very advisedly, because what it's really saying here is that we're taking our faith and we are trusting God, and we are taking the faith that we have acquired and we are sharing it with others. And we have 24 hours a day in which to do this. And if any of you have done extensive 12-step work, you know that it just goes with the territory, the 4 o'clock call, the 5 o'clock call, the midnight call. The call during the middle of watching the favorite television program. It doesn't matter. Sometimes we get called at work and we may have to make excuses to go help. But we're going to do that because faith must work within us and through us. Now, the through us part is very interesting too because it ties in directly with the third step prayer, doesn't it? In the third step prayer, we ask God to take away our difficulties, that victory over them may bear witness to those we would help of His power, His love, and His way of life, which means, of course, that we're being an example of God's love, His power, and His way of life working in and through us, so that we can be the example to those we wish to help. And it is through that example that we are able to accomplish our most important work. We're far more effective in working with new people when they see in our actions that we are living this program that we're talking about. Then they're going to want what we have and be willing to go to any length to get it. We must do this, it says, or we perish. And I suggest to you that if you haven't taken this seriously, you might consider doing so. And when you look around you and you see that the people in the average meeting today and a year from now only half will be there, and you have to ask yourself, how come is that? I thought this stuff really supposed to work. It does work. But we can be given all the grace in the world, and if we're not putting it to work, if we're not putting our faith to work, we don't keep it. Going on page 16, most of us feel we need look no further for utopia. We have it right here and now. Each day, my friend's simple talk in our kitchen multiplies itself in a widening circle of peace on earth and goodwill to men. My wife and I abandon ourselves with enthusiasm to the idea of helping other alcoholics to a solution of their problems. And that's the truth. Lois threw her lot in with Bill right away. From all accounts, she said, yes, Bill, I will help you. And she did. She backed him up in all of this. And it was a long, hard road because there was no such thing as instant success. And never after that did they have any significant amount of money. Lois kept on working at the department store for quite a while after Bill got sober. Bill was able to make a little money here and there in the stock market, but basically they were living on pretty much of a shoestring. But Lois lived up to her commitment, and she stuck with Bill, and she stuck with him all the way through. And after he died in early part of 1970, right here in Miami at the Miami Heart Institute, Lois continued the work. And so this commitment, when he says, my wife and I abandon ourselves with enthusiasm to the idea of helping other alcoholics to a solution to their problems, he means that literally. It was both he and Lois who did that. It was fortunate for my old business associates remained skeptical for a year and a half, during which I found a little work. What he means by it was fortunate that she agreed, because otherwise, without her salary, they wouldn't have survived financially. I was not too well at the time and was plagued by waves of self-pity and resentment. We don't hear a whole lot about that, and Bill, in his other writings, seldom alludes to how he felt in that first 6 months period. We have a lot of information about his ups and downs, his depressions, and his suicidal impulses, and his LSD use and other stuff later on. That's pretty well documented. But exactly what was going on with him right after he got sober, this really, as far as I know, in all the literature, this is the only place that he alludes to it, that he was filled with waves of self-pity and resentment. And I don't know what resentment he's talking about. I guess maybe it's not important, except that we got to notice that Bill was far from being well at this point. And you could almost say in many respects he was walking around with untreated alcoholism. Self-pity and resentment are two of the most brutal defects of character, ones that will just tear us down. He goes on to say, this sometimes nearly drove me back to drink, but I soon found that when all other measures failed, work with another alcoholic would save the day. Let's turn to page 89, please. Right top of page 89. Practical experience shows that nothing will so much ensure immunity from drinking as intensive work with other alcoholics. It works when other activities fail. So you can see that all the way through the big book is entirely consistent. The same message is repeated to us many times. It's a good thing too, because alcoholics really, really need repetition. You got to ask yourself, how much of it do you remember from meeting to meeting? And sometimes it means that we have to have a lot of repetition before a lot of this stuff really sinks in. Sometimes I have gone to my old hospital in despair, hoping that Dr. Silkworth could give him some magic bullet that would solve his problem. But when he came back to Towns Hospital, he found himself over there in the hopeless ward, which, by the way, Dr. Silkworth had established in the hospital. They had a kind of a triage going on there, and there were the hopeless chronic alcoholics. Dr. Silkworth knew he could not help. He one time reported that he had had over 20,000 alcoholics come through his hospital, and very, very few had ever recovered. And but he kept on trying in spite of all that. Well, when Bill went over there, he would go and talk to these guys. And he tells us what happened. On talking to a man there, I would be amazingly lifted up and set on my feet. So he was learning. See, he first got the inkling of this from Ebby when Ebby came to work with him. But now Bill is finding out for sure that the answer to his own problems was to carry the message to others, and that's the basis, that's the foundation of Alcoholics Anonymous. Without that, probably most of us wouldn't have the gumption to get out there and carry the message, but carry the message we must, because if we do not do so, we don't keep the grace that we have been given. It was a design for living that works in rough going, that we're not just dealing here with some kind of a bunch of ragtag theories that were all cobbled together by a bunch of old guys sitting around smoking cigars and pipes in basements. This is something which came together as an inspired document, and it provides us with a design for living, a spiritual way of life. And this is what it is. This is what we live with, and this is what provides us with the recovery from the disease of alcoholism. Designed for living that works in rough going. Now, rough going is something, of course, which many of us experience as we go through sobriety. There's all kinds of stuff out there that can go haywire and screw in our lives, and other people don't necessarily cooperate with us, and sometimes there's some nasty stuff going on, but yet this design for living works throughout all of that rough going. Going on page 15, we commence to make many fast friends, and the fellowship has grown up among us, of which it is a wonderful thing to feel a part. The joy of living we really have, even under pressure and difficulty. I've seen hundreds of families set their feet in the path that really goes somewhere. I've seen the most impossible domestic situations righted, feuds and bitterness of all sorts wiped out. Hundreds of families set their feet in the path that really goes somewhere, have seen the most impossible domestic situations righted, feuds and bitterness of all sorts wiped out. I have seen men come out of asylums and resume a vital place in the lives of their families and communities. Business and professional men have regained their standing. There is scarcely any form of trouble and misery which has not been overcome among us. In one western city and its environs there are 1,000 of us and our families. We meet frequently so that newcomers may find the fellowship they seek. At these informal gatherings, one may often see from 50 to 200 persons. We are growing in numbers and power. And all of those numbers were inflated. And when Bill originally wrote it, he used the real numbers. Notice, though, that we're looking at something here which is very real and very important. And it's back on page 15, 5 lines up from the bottom. For scarcely any form of trouble and misery which has not been overcome among us. And that's literally so. There, in several places in the Big Book it talks about the fact that we come from every possible environment. Some of us have come from the lowest possible places. Some of us have come from some of the high places, society-wise. Some of us have come in wearing whatever little meager wardrobe we had, and others have come in chauffeured by their chauffeur and attended by their maid in their Rolls-Royce limousine. But when it all boils down, it doesn't matter, because each and every one of us is a drunk. And for each and every one of us there is a solution, and that solution is found here in the Big Book. And so it does not matter what our station in life was. It does not matter how far down we had gone or how meager our experience with alcohol might have been. The question always is this, and it's stated very well in the 7th chapter. It says this: if he is to find God, the desire must come from within. And for those who have that desire and are willing to put in the effort, the program and the steps always work. And so it does not matter from whence we came. The remedy is the same, and it may take some of us a little longer than others. Some of us may have quite a bit further to go physically and mentally than others. It's also true that we are people who would not ordinarily mix under any circumstances. If we were out there in the prior lifetimes that we were leading, those of us who were frequenting low bars and low places and living on the street wouldn't want to have anything to do with those snobs, those highfalutin Gucci types over there. Just the contrary, the opposite would be equally true. And yet, I know all of you have seen people come in that door who are down and out and raggedy and maybe kind of smelly and maybe stumbling around a little bit, and yet there are always people who go up to them and offer them help, offer them a hand, offer them a cup of coffee. That's the way we are. And those of us, by the way, who don't do that ought to be ashamed of ourselves. I can't imagine how anybody who is afflicted with the disease of alcoholism could ever feel superior to another person who is likewise an alcoholic. I suppose sometimes we do. Going on page 16, an alcoholic in his cups is an unlovely creature. Our struggles with them are variously strenuous, comic, and tragic. One poor chap committed suicide in my home. Here's the rule now. He could not or would not see our way of life. Let's take a look on page 30. First sentence. Most of us have been unwilling to admit we were real alcoholics. Now look at page 58. Have we seen a person fail who has thoroughly followed our path? Those who do not recover are people who cannot or will not completely give themselves to this simple program. That's what it's saying here. He could not or would not see our way of life. So back on page 16 again now. I don't mind this bouncing around, but I think it's important for us to see how these things all tie together. Second paragraph, there is, however, a vast amount of fun about it all. I suppose some would be shocked at our seeming worldliness and levity. But just underneath there is deadly earnestness. There's another rule now, guys, and this is so important. Faith has to work 24 hours a day in and through us, or we perish. There's going to be a number of different places in the Big Book where this question of faith is emphasized in much the same way. But I don't know of any other place where it's put so bluntly that faith must work 24 hours a day in and through us, or we perish. Faith without works is dead. Notice the word work is used in this sentence very advisedly, because what it's really saying here is that we're taking our faith and we are trusting God, and we are taking the faith that we have acquired and we are sharing it with others. And we have 24 hours a day in which to do this. And if any of you have done extensive 12-step work, you know that it just goes with the territory, the 4 o'clock call, the 5 o'clock call, the midnight call. The call during the middle of watching the favorite television program. It doesn't matter. Sometimes we get called at work and we may have to make excuses to go help. But we're going to do that because faith must work within us and through us. Now, the through us part is very interesting too, because it ties in directly with the third step prayer, doesn't it? In the third step prayer, we ask God to take away our difficulties, that victory over them may bear witness to those we would help of His power, His love, and His way of life, which means, of course, that we're being an example of God's love, and His power, and His way of life working in and through us, so that we can be the example to those we wish to help. And it is through that example that we are able to accomplish our most important work. We're far more effective in working with new people when they see in our actions that we are living this program that we're talking about. Then they're going to want what we have and be willing to go to any length to get it. We must do this, it says, or we perish. And I suggest to you that if you haven't taken this seriously, you might consider doing so. And when you look around you and you see that the people in the average meeting today, and a year from now only half will be there, and you have to ask yourself, how come is that? I thought this stuff really supposed to work. It does work. But we can be given all the grace in the world, and if we're not putting it to work, if we're not putting our faith to work, we don't keep it. Going on page 16, most of us feel we need look no further for utopia. We have it right here and now. Each day, my friend's simple talk in our kitchen multiplies itself in a widening circle of peace on earth and goodwill to men. And by the way, if you this first paragraph, I don't want this. Please don't let it throw you off, because when Bill originally wrote the manuscript, he didn't say thousands; he said hundreds. But you see, there were some eager beavers among that crew. There were 25 or 26 of them who were the ones who were the so-called editorial board. And they didn't think that that was startling enough or persuasive enough, so they changed what Bill wrote from hundreds to thousands. And so if it doesn't quite compute that we are more than 100 men and women who have recovered, and now they're talking about thousands, don't let it throw you. Anyway, here's what it says. We of Alcoholics Anonymous know thousands of men and women who were once just as hopeless as Bill. Now that word hopeless, we got to be careful of that word, because it's defined for us back there in the Ford of the First Edition with the qualifier, seemingly hopeless state of mind and body. Because obviously if in fact it were hopeless, what the heck would we all be doing here? So it is the appearance of hopelessness. And of course that's really the kicker. That's what gets people in here. That they truly feel that their situation is hopeless. Were once just as hopeless as Bill, nearly all have recovered. They have solved the drink problem. naughty, naughty, naughty. Who solved the drink problem? It wasn't them. But then it's a little bit early in this book to be throwing God out there and saying, you know, they, with the help of God, as they understood Him, solved the drink problem. So what they mean, I suppose, is that through their efforts they were able to find God, to surrender to God, and through His grace they recovered. We are average Americans. All sections of the country and many of its occupations are represented, as well as many political, economic, social, and religious backgrounds. We are people who normally would not mix. You know, there's some who really like to take that little sentence and make hay with that. You know, it's kind of like we're people who wouldn't ordinarily mix, and they kind of look around, you know. Then you say, who, me? You wouldn't mix with me? It's like these, you know, do you ever get a kick out of these people get up here and say, I love all of you. I don't necessarily like all of you, but I love all of you. And at first I used to say, I wonder why he doesn't like me, you know. We're so paranoid. We are people who normally would not mix. By the way, not all paranoids are crazy, because there are people chasing them, you know. But there exists among us a fellowship, a friendliness, and an understanding which is indescribably wonderful. We are like the passengers of a great liner the moment after rescue from shipwreck, when camaraderie, joyousness, and democracy pervade the vessel from steerage to captain's table. Unlike the feelings of the ship's passengers, however, our joy in escape from disaster does not subside as we go our individual ways. The feeling of having shared in a common peril is one element in the powerful cement which binds us. But that in itself would never have held us together as we are now joined. And here comes the tremendous fact. This is AA trivia. If you're looking for the tremendous fact in the big book, here it is. The tremendous fact for every one of us is that we have discovered a common solution. Now that's very instructive, isn't it? You see, today, New Age AAers are running around telling us, oh, well, there's no such thing as any kind of a program here, really. And remember that more will be revealed to you, and we get to learn from our friends, the psychiatrists and the psychologists and everybody else out there who's got a master's degree in something or other. And so we get to make up all our own stuff. We don't have to pay any attention to what the big book says anymore, because there is no common solution. That's what they're telling us. The big book says just the opposite. That we have discovered a common solution. And what did they do, guys? They wrote it down. That's what this book is. This book is a revelation to us of the common solution which these people found. And they wrote it down, and they said, to show other alcoholics precisely how we have recovered is the main purpose of this volume. And that's why they wrote it, so that they could show us what they did. And they're saying to us, we truly believe that if you do what we did, you too will recover. Over and over again it tells us, follow directions, pick up the simple kit of spiritual tools. Over and over we hear the same thing. And yet we keep hearing this stuff that would lead us down the garden paths and have us make up all our own things about how it works. It'll work better this way because some psychologist says so. If you were to pick up some of the 12-step programs that are out there, like some of the churches have 12-step programs, and the church stuff is great. The scriptural stuff is terrific. But look at the steps. They have the biggest idea how these steps are supposed to work. They're all scrunched and screwed around to sort of kind of like fit in with some sort of a preconceived idea about how they ought to fit. And they don't work. They do not work. So we have a way out on which we can absolutely agree, and that's what this book is, their agreement, and upon which we can join in brotherly and harmonious action. This is the great news this book carries for those who suffer from alcoholism. Okay, now then, we're going back. This is going to reprise for us the doctor's opinion. An illness of this sort, and we've come to believe it an illness, involves those about us in a way no other human sickness can. If a person has cancer, all are sorry for him, and no one is angry or hurt. But not so with the alcoholic illness. For with it there goes annihilation of all things worthwhile in life. It engulfs all whose lives touch the sufferers. It brings misunderstanding, fierce resentment, financial insecurity, disgusted friends and employers, warped lives of blameless children, sad wives and parents. Anyone can increase the list. Now this is a very, very important paragraph for somebody who's new. Somewhere in that list they're going to find themselves, aren't they? If they're even being the least bit honest about themselves by this time. And you know what? This is sad to say, but today, when somebody comes up to me who's drunk and slobbering around, I feel sorry for them. I know they're sick. Sometimes I just wish they'd go away, because they're disgusting. Now I'll admit this to you. Now I know what I'm supposed to do, and 99% of the time I'll do it. But there's a lot of times when I don't want to. And I've been doing this for 38 years, and I'm still not used to it. So you can imagine what's going on out there with people who have no idea what's wrong with us. I mean, the kind of responses and reactions and the disgust that we generate in others, it's no wonder that we're pariahs. It's no wonder that in the old days they hid us away. They locked us up. They put us in insane asylums, or the family would build a bedroom in the attic and lock the door. Whatever it took, get Grandpa away from the kids, you know. A disgusting old man. Because we didn't know. And so when we read this, we can clearly understand the kind of impact that our disease and the way we have functioned with our disease has had upon those who've been around us. Somebody once said, I don't know if it's true or not, but somebody once said that the average alcoholic, you and me, has seriously affected the lives of at least 7 other people. Just think of that. Increasing the impact of this disease 8-fold. And I don't think that that's very far from the truth. It's a scourge. It's an absolute scourge. And you know, it's been around here, been around with human beings practically forever. I think we talked about this before. They found that Peking man in the caves outside of Peking, now Tianjin, or whatever they call it now, China, that they'd been fermenting berries 225,000 years ago. And you just know there were a bunch of drunks in those caves. And we haven't come any further than that, except that God, in His wisdom and in His mercy, 67 years ago, decided to step in and give us a solution that we never had before. There was no solution. And when we walk in these doors and we're feeling sorry for ourselves, if we only knew just how blessed we are to be here, if we only knew what a miracle was being worked in our lives to give us this opportunity for a whole new life, that when I was born in 1928, there was no such thing. You and I were dead ducks. Going on, we hope this volume will inform and comfort those who are or who may be affected, there are many, Highly competent psychiatrists who have dealt with us have found it sometimes impossible to persuade an alcoholic to discuss his situation without reserve. Oh boy, however true that is. Strangely enough, wives, parents, intimate friends usually find us even more unapproachable than do the psychiatrist and the doctor. The ex-problem drinker, that's you and me, who has found this solution, who is properly armed with facts about himself. Now please notice that there's nothing here about this is somebody who has a PhD in alcoholism, who can draw graphs and charts and that thing where you go down like this, you go back up like that, or is it the other way around? I don't know. All that stuff. Not somebody who is going to give us great insight into ourselves, because self-knowledge doesn't keep us sober. Someone who is armed with facts about themselves. And to do that, how do we get that? Because we have worked the steps. We have taken inventory. We have admitted to another person what's going on with us. And we have found out what our present reality is, and we found out what happened as we were coming to this point. And now when we go talk to somebody who is a fellow sufferer, we know what to tell them. And we know, they know that we know what we're talking about. And until such an understanding is reached, little or nothing can be accomplished. That the man who is making the approach has had the same difficulty, that he obviously knows what he's talking about, that his whole deportment shouts at the new prospect that he is a man with a real answer, that he has no attitude of holier than thou, nothing whatever except the sincere desire to be helpful, that there are no fees to pay, no axes to grind, no people to please, no lectures to be endured. These are the conditions we have found most effective. After such an approach, many take up their beds and walk again. None of us makes a sole vocation this work, nor do we think its effectiveness would be increased if we did. We feel that elimination of our drinking is but a beginning. Aha! Oh yes. Oh yes. The big book never once says don't drink. The elimination of our drinking is but a beginning, and take that word beginning literally, because that's exactly what it means. From here on out, we have stopped drinking. From here on out, the program of Alcoholics Anonymous begins. It begins right there. A much more important demonstration of our principles lies before us in our respective homes, occupations, and affairs. Again now, look, the book's again referring to the same concept as in the third step prayer, that we be examples. All of us spend much of our spare time in the sort of effort which we're going to describe. A few are fortunate enough to be so situated they can give nearly all their time to the work. And there are a few folks like that. Generally speaking, those folks will most often have to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, as Shakespeare wrote. Going on, if we keep on the way we're going, there's little doubt that much good will result, but the surface of the problem would hardly be scratched. Those of us who live in large cities are overcome by the reflection of that close by hundreds are dropping into oblivion every day. Many could recover if they had the opportunity we have enjoyed. How then shall we present that which has been so freely given us? We have concluded to publish an anonymous volume setting forth the problem as we see it. We shall bring to the task our combined experience and knowledge. This should suggest a useful program for anyone concerned with a drinking problem. Big Book says, and Bill said in his story, if an alcoholic fails and refuses to enlarge and perfect his spiritual life through work and self-sacrifice for others, he can't survive those certain low spots ahead, he'll drink again. Of necessity, there will have to be discussions of matters medical, psychiatric, social, and religious. We are aware that these matters are, from their very nature, controversial. Nothing would please us so much as to write a book which would contain no basis for contention or argument. We shall do our utmost to achieve that ideal. Most of us sense that real tolerance of other people's shortcomings and viewpoints and a respect for their opinions are attitudes which make us more useful to others. Now, of course, they're talking here, Big Book's talking here about people who are immersed in medical or psychiatric, social or religious considerations, and with those folks we don't argue. Our very lives as ex-problem drinkers depend upon our constant thought of others and how we may help meet their needs. You may already have asked yourself why it is that all of us became so very ill from drinking. Doubtless you're curious to discover how and why, in the face of expert opinion to the contrary, we have recovered from a hopeless condition of mind and body. And that expert opinion to the contrary is the opinion of the medical and psychiatric professions, which at the time this book was written were saying unequivocally, there is nothing we can do. These people are doomed, and there is no hope for them. And yet, in the face of that expert opinion, we have recovered. Then it goes on to say, if you are an alcoholic who wants to get over it, you may already be asking, what do I have to do? It is the purpose of this book to answer such questions, notice this word, specifically. We shall tell you what we have done. That's the clue, isn't it? What we're reading here, the solution they're giving us is the solution they followed. Good God, we got to pay attention to that. These are people who have recovered, and they're saying, please, if you'll do what we did, we know that you too shall recover. Before going into a detailed discussion, it may be well to summarize some points as we see them. How many times people have said to us, I can take it or leave it alone. Why can't he? Why don't you drink like a gentleman or quit? That fellow can't handle his liquor. Hey, why don't you try beer and wine? Lay off the hard stuff, son. His willpower must be weak. He could stop if he wanted to. Oh, you even hear that around here now. Some poor devil goes out and slips, and a half dozen people say, well, he didn't have to do that. He wanted to drink. He could stop if he wanted to. She's such a sweet girl. I should think he'd stop for her sake. Remember what Dr. Silkworth said about frothy emotional appeal seldom suffices. The message which will interest these alcoholic people must have depth and weight. The doctor told him that if he ever drank again it would kill him, but there he is, all lit up again. What are we going to do with him? Lock him up. Take Grandpa and hide him up in the attic. Watch him, because if he escapes, he'll run over to the liquor store and be drunk again. Lock up the liquor cabinet. Grandma's trying. She got that look in her eye. Oh man, what they don't know about us, huh? Now these are commonplace observations on drinkers which we hear all the time. Back of them is a world of ignorance and misunderstanding. We see that these expressions refer to people whose reactions are very different from ours. Now then, this is pretty interesting stuff right here. And Now we want to think this through a little bit because it applies directly to our fellowship. See if you recognize this. Moderate drinkers have little trouble in giving up liquor entirely if they have a good reason for it. They can take it or leave it alone. Well, gee, I just had a little too much to drink at that party and I got a DUI and the judge said I had to go to AA. But I don't need to read the book. I don't need to work those steps. Boy, it sure is nice here. I get all kinds of hugs from beautiful women. And everybody is so kind and nice to me and they give me all kinds of love. I've never had this before in my life. I'm just a little nerdy guy, and boy, here I'm something, and I think I'll stick around for a while. Of course, I don't have to read the book, or I don't have to work the steps. But I'm going to wipe down the tables, and I'm going to make the coffee. And not only that, but I'm going to tell everybody that's how I stay sober. I'm going to tell them that's service. Oh, okay. Now let's take a look at the next category here. Then we have a certain type of hard drinker. He may have the habit badly enough to gradually impair him physically and mentally. It may cause him to die a few years before his time. However, if a sufficiently strong reason, ill health, falling in love, change of environment, or a warning of a doctor becomes operative, this man can also stop or moderate, although he may find it difficult and troublesome, and may even need medical attention. What about the real alcoholic? He may start off as a moderate drinker, he may or may not become a continuous hard drinker, but at some stage of his drinking career, he begins to lose all control of his liquor consumption once he starts to drink. Here is the fellow who has been puzzling you, especially in his lack of control. He does absurd, incredible, tragic things while drinking. He is a real Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. He is seldom mildly intoxicated. He is always more or less insanely drunk. His disposition while drinking resembles his normal nature but little. He may be one of the finest fellows in the world, yet let him drink for a day and he frequently becomes disgustingly and even dangerously antisocial. He has a positive genius for getting tight at exactly the wrong moment, particularly when some important decision must be made or engagement kept. He is often perfectly sensible and well-balanced concerning everything except liquor, but in that respect he is incredibly dishonest and selfish. He often possesses special abilities, skills, and aptitudes, but has a promising career ahead of him. He uses gifts to build up a bright outlook for his family and himself, and then pulls the structure down on his head by a senseless series of sprees. He is the fellow who goes to bed so intoxicated he ought to sleep the clock around. Yet early next morning he searches madly for the bottle he misplaced the night before. If he can afford it, he may have liquor concealed all over his house to be certain no one gets his entire supply away from him, or throw it down the drain waste pipe. As matters grow worse, he begins to use a combination of high-powered sedatives and liquor to quiet his nerves so he can go to work. Then comes the day when he simply cannot make it and gets drunk all over again. Perhaps he goes to a doctor who gives him morphine or some sedative with which to taper off. Then he begins to appear at hospitals and sanitariums. This is by no means a comprehensive picture of the true alcoholic, as our behavior patterns vary, but this description could identify him roughly. Now, this particular paragraph, by the way, is very important for the new person. You can see why. And when we tell a newcomer to read the book, this is one of those things which really stands out. Now, what we're looking at here as we go through Bill's story and chapter 2 and part of chapter 3 is we're looking at the first step material. So we can see here that this is clearly first step material. And this shows us a sort of a thumbnail sketch of the progression. Now here's the question: why does he behave like this? If hundreds of experiences have shown him that one drink means Another debacle with all its attendant suffering and humiliation. Why is it he takes that one drink? Why can't he stay on the water wagon? What has become of the common sense and willpower he still sometimes displays with respect to other matters? Perhaps there never will be a full answer to these questions. Opinions vary considerably as to why the alcoholic reacts differently from normal people. We're not sure why. Once a certain point is reached, little can be done for him. We cannot answer the riddle. We know that while the alcoholic keeps away from drink, as he may do for months or years, he reacts much like other men. We are equally positive that once he takes alcohol, whatever, into his system, something happens, both in the bodily and mental sense, which makes it virtually impossible for him to stop. The experience of any alcoholic will abundantly confirm this. These observations would be academic and pointless if our friend never took the first drink, thereby setting the terrible cycle in motion. Therefore, the main problem of the alcoholic centers in his mind rather than his body. You see how logical that is? We can't help, and there is no cure, there is no remedy for whatever it is in our bodies that causes us to be allergic to alcohol. The only thing we can do something about is whether we take that first drink or not. And that's what we're powerless over, and that's why we need God's help. If you ask him why he started on that last bender, the chances are he will offer you any one of 100 alibis. Sometimes these excuses have a certain plausibility, but none of them really make sense in the light of the havoc an alcoholic's drinking bout creates. These excuses sound like the philosophy of a man who, having a headache, beats himself on the head with a hammer so that he can't feel the ache. If you draw this fallacious reasoning to the attention of an alcoholic, he'll laugh it off or become irritated and refuse to talk. Now, once in a while, he may tell the truth. And the truth, strange to say, is usually that he has no more idea why he took that first drink than you have. Some drinkers have excuses of which they're satisfied part of the time, but in their hearts they really do not know why they do it. Once this malady has a real hold, they are a baffled lot. There is the obsession that somehow, someday they will beat the game, but they often suspect that they are down for the count. Down for the count means over and out, buddy. Sayonara. And that may be what has to happen, right? May have to have reached that point of utter desperation, that point of total hopelessness, before being willing to walk through that door and ask for help. Let's take a look on page 30 just to remind ourselves. First paragraph, most of us have been unwilling to admit we were real alcoholics. No person likes to think he is bodily and mentally different from his fellows. Therefore, it is not surprising that our drinking careers have been characterized by successful consummation. One of the scariest things the groups ever did was to start buying these things and hanging them on the wall. Think about it. When a newcomer comes in and sits down there and they're staring at this stuff they're going to have to do, wow, how am I going to do that? How am I going to write this inventory? How am I going to turn my life and will entirely over to God? How am I going to sit down with somebody and tell them about this stuff that I've been running from, doing geographics over, hiding out from, changing my name, whatever it took, not to have to face up to this stuff. And I'm going to have to admit it. And then all those people out there I've harmed, I'm going to have to go out there and make amends to them? No, thank you. It's a frightening prospect. I'm only kidding, of course. I think it's wonderful to have the steps up there. But because that fear is going to come sooner or later anyway, isn't it? And all of us have experienced it. What is this stuff? Holy cow, you people are nuts. We're talking about not drinking, and you're talking about going out and confessing all my problems. You're talking about becoming a religious nut, and all I want to do is not drink. What is all this? Well, we did learn, didn't we? But we saw that it really worked in others, and we had come to believe in the hopelessness and futility of life as we'd been living it. That's the key, isn't it? Of God's power, His love, and His way of life working in and through us. In other words, God, let me be an example to others of what's happening with me by my actions and very little by my words. And of course that prayer is granted. It's answered. In the 12th step we know that we have the answer to that 3rd step prayer. And so now we see that part of the solution requires that the newcomer come to believe that this is working in us, and then that to see and to believe in the hopeless and futility of the life that he or she's been living. In other words, to reach that bottom, the state of seemingly hopeless state of mind and body, where there's no further place to go. That place of terror, bewilderment, frustration, and despair. That place of utter hopelessness. Not everybody who comes in the door has reached that, quite obviously. But many have, and those who have will find that it is much easier to believe what we say. That there is no way that you're going to be able to conquer this yourself. You need a power greater than yourself to stand between you and the booze. When, therefore, we were approached by those in whom the problem had been solved, there was nothing left for us but to pick up the simple kit of spiritual tools laid at our feet. We have found much of heaven, and we have been rocketed into a 4th dimension of existence of which we had not even dreamed. Well, you can put your own interpretation on 4th dimension. Sounds a bit esoteric to me. I think Bill was just using this as a simile. I doubt very much if he was talking about parallel universes or anything, or being in communication with spirit guides. I don't know for sure what he meant, but it is a place of elation. Some people like to refer to it as a pink cloud, but I believe the pink cloud was invented by people who don't like to see other people happy. And so I ignore the pink cloud thing, because I know people have been on a pink cloud since they got here and they never got off of it. Because they do the work. Because they feel the presence of God. Because they spend their days in a God buzz, not in a self buzz. No, not all the time, but most of the time. You remember what Abraham Lincoln said? Yeah, he said, I reckon a man's about as happy as he wants to be. That goes for ladies too, I assure you. The great fact is just this, and nothing less, that we have had deep and effective spiritual experiences which have revolutionized our whole attitude toward life, toward our fellows, and toward God's universe. So that's the solution, isn't it? Having had spiritual experiences. If you've read the original manuscript that Bill wrote, you will find that the term spiritual experience was used in the 12th step. In other words, having had a spiritual experience as a result of these steps, and when the editorial board got hold of it, they changed that to spiritual awakening. And the term spiritual awakening appears nowhere else in the Big Book, just in that one place in the 12th step. But we know that the original intent, the inspired intent, when Bill wrote it, was the same as we were talking about here. spiritual experiences, which translates into spiritual awakening, which means then that the solution is to have a spiritual awakening in concert with the 12th step, which is for which we are required to work the steps in order to achieve. Yes, sir.
Bill, can I ask you a question? This spiritual awakening, what are some, how can we recognize it?
Okay, that's a great question. Spiritual awakening is nowhere defined in the Big Book, and yet we have all the clues we need. We go, for example, to page 84. It tells us that we will have entered the world of the Spirit. We go to page 85, where it tells us that we will have been restored to sanity, and that the problem of alcohol has been removed. It does not exist for us. Again, on page 85, we're told that we have commenced to sense the flow of God's Spirit into us, just as we learned back in the second chapter, or fourth chapter, was going to happen. We also learn on page 85 that we have become God conscious, and furthermore that we have developed this vital sixth sense which allows us to be in connection with our God. Our whole attitude and outlook upon life changes. We have a whole new way of thinking. We have established a high degree of humility. We feel a great deal of gratitude. We have learned to be loving and tolerant of our fellows. We have all the tools we need to solve every problem as it comes up in our lives. We have a loving God with whom we have a close connection. We are able to meditate and be inspired, be intuitively inspired, not at all times, but most of the time. We've learned that we can trust our instincts. We know that the problem of alcohol has been removed, and it will permanently stay away so long as we stay spiritually fit. We've climbed into God's pocket. We know we are securely lodged there. That sounds to me like a fourth dimension of existence, just as an allegory, a simile, something you can call anything you want. But we also call that a spiritual awakening, and as a result of that spiritual awakening, we are then empowered to carry this message to others. And the only requirement being that we stay close to God and perform His work well, and that's up to us. That's something we have to do on a daily basis. And so when we read this thing about spiritual experiences, let's read spiritual awakening. And spiritual awakening being all those things that we just discussed. Thank you very much for the question, by the way. That helped me clarify all of this. I believe, and I can't prove it, but I think you will agree, upon careful consideration, that the spiritual awakening is a very cogent way of saying, this is the solution. Work the steps, achieve a spiritual awakening, and you will have realized the solution. You will have been given the solution. And then it goes on to say that the central fact of our lives today is the absolute certainty that our Creator has entered into our hearts and lives in a way which is indeed miraculous. Entered into our hearts and lives. In the fourth chapter it says that we will find God deep down within ourselves, that only there can He be found. In other words, that we are spirit, God is spirit, we are of God, He is of us. And I believe that this is telling us the same thing. He has commenced to accomplish those things for us which we could never do by ourselves. Our whole life changes. Our whole life changes. If you are as seriously alcoholic as we were, we believe there is no middle-of-the-road solution. The easier, softer way does not work. We were in a position where life was becoming impossible. And if we had passed into the region from which there is no return through human aid, and that, by the way, is part of the definition of the chronic alcoholic, there is no return through human aid. We had but two alternatives, two choices. One was to go on to the bitter end, blotting out the consciousness of our intolerable situation as best we could, and the other to accept spiritual help. This we did because we honestly wanted to and were willing to make the effort. A certain American businessman, Roland Hazard of course, had ability, good sense, and high character. Wow, that's a whole bunch of us, right? Okay. For years he had floundered from one sanitarium to another. He had consulted the best-known American psychiatrist. Then he had gone to Europe, placing himself in the care of a celebrated physician, the psychiatrist Dr. Young, who prescribed for him. Though experience had made him skeptical, he finished his treatment with unusual confidence. His physical and mental condition were unusually good. Above all, he believed he had acquired such a profound knowledge of the inner workings of his mind and its hidden springs that relapse was unthinkable. Nevertheless, he was drunk in a short time. More baffling still, he could give himself no satisfactory explanation for his call. So he returned to this doctor, whom he admired, and asked him point blank why he could not recover. He wished above all things to regain self-control. Self-control. You see, he was assuming when he left Europe that he had established self-control. That was the same problem, again, that we find with both Jim and Fred when we get to their stories in Chapter 3. They thought that they could reestablish their control over themselves. And we have found, haven't we, that there is no such thing. Powerlessness means precisely the opposite. We have no control. He seemed quite rational and well-balanced with respect to other problems, yet he had no control whatever over alcohol. Why was this? He begged the doctor to tell him the whole truth, and he got it. In the doctor's judgment, he was utterly hopeless. He could never regain his position in society, and he would have to place himself under lock and key or hire a bodyguard if he expected to live long. That was the great physician's opinion. But this man still lives and is a free man. He does not need a bodyguard, nor is he confined. He can go anywhere on this earth where other free men may go without disaster, provided he remains willing to maintain a certain simple attitude. A lot of times Bill would say to people when he saw that they were really intent upon recovery, that they were really following a spiritual path, he'd say to them, with that attitude, you cannot fail. And he wrote that in much of his writing. It was one of his favorite clauses. With that attitude, you cannot fail. Some of our alcoholic readers may think they can do without spiritual help. Let us tell you the rest of the conversation our friend had with his doctor. The doctor said, you have the mind of a chronic alcoholic. I've never seen one single case recover where that state of mind existed to the extent that it does in you. Our friend felt as though the gates of hell had closed on him with a clang. He said to the doctor, is there no exception? Yes, replied the doctor, there is. Exceptions to cases such of yours has been occurring since early times. Here and there, once in a while, alcoholics have had what are called vital spiritual experiences. Notice the parallel, vital spiritual experiences. The parallel to the previous page, 25, that the solution is to have vital spiritual experiences. To me, Dr. Young said, these occurrences are phenomena, or the root word phenomenal, not in effect not to be believed. They appear to be in the nature of a huge emotional displacements and arrangements. Ideas, emotions, and attitudes, which were once the guiding forces of the lives of these men, are suddenly cast aside, and a completely new set of conceptions and motives begins to dominate them. What's the promise? Our whole attitude and outlook upon life will change. We were reborn. Remember? In fact, I've been trying to produce some such emotional rearrangement within you. With many individuals, the methods which I employed are successful, but I have never been successful with an alcoholic of your description. Upon hearing this, our friend was somewhat relieved, for he reflected that, after all, he was a good church member. This whole power was destroyed by the doctors telling him that while his religious convictions were very good, in his case they did not spell the necessary vital spiritual experience. Here was the terrible dilemma in which our friend found himself when he had the extraordinary experience which, as we have already told you, made him a free man. We, in our turn, sought the same escape with all the desperation of drowning men. What Bill is saying here is that when he and the other early members of Alcoholics Anonymous began their process of recovery, they looked to Roland H. and some of the others in the Oxford group for guidance in order to emulate them. If you want what we have and are willing to go to any lengths to get it, then do what we did. And that's what they followed. And then they have taught us to do the same thing. What seemed at first a flimsy reed has proved to be the loving and powerful hand of God. A new life has been given us, or if you prefer, a design for living that really works. The distinguished American psychologist William James, in his book Varieties of Religious Experience, indicates a multitude of ways in which men have discovered God. We have no desire to convince anyone that there is only one way by which faith can be acquired. If what we have learned and felt and seen means anything at all, it means that all of us, whatever our race, creed, or color, are the children of a living Creator, with whom we may form a relationship upon simple and understandable terms, as soon as we are willing and honest enough to try. There's the whole crux of the thing. A loving God with whom you and I can form a relationship upon simple and understandable terms, as soon as we are willing and honest enough to try. And that's all that is required of us, that we be willing to try. When we get into the 4th chapter, we're going to find 4 times it tells us the same thing, that the only requirement to get started is a willingness to believe, and to take some simple steps in the direction of that belief. It is not necessary when we get here to have any full-blown belief in a higher power. It is necessary that we be willing to believe there just might be a power out there, and work toward that. Those having religious affiliations will find there is nothing disturbing to their beliefs or ceremonies. There is no friction among us over such matters. And so we have to be very careful always to remember that the religious life is their own. Our religious life, whatever it may be, is our own and is never imposed in one way or another, in any way at all, on our sponsees. We may not, no matter how evangelical we may feel, we may not take a sponsee and attempt in any way to convert them to our religious beliefs. When we have a newcomer, we have them read the book, the whole book, not as your sponsor sees it part of the book, not the Reader's Digest expurgated version of the book, the whole book. Why? Page 29. Each individual in the personal stories described in his own language and from his own point of view the way he established his relationship with God. These give a fair cross-section of our membership and a clear-cut idea of what has actually happened in their lives. We hope no one will consider these self-revealing accounts in bad taste. Our hope is that many alcoholic men and women desperately in need will see these pages, and we believe that it is only by fully disclosing ourselves and our problems that they will be persuaded to say, yes, I am one of them too, I must have this thing. You see what it's doing? This is critical first step material to overcome and to break down the walls of denial and to bring hope, and to allow the new person to identify themselves with one or more of the stories in the back of the book. They have to read the book. And so when we start somebody out, we give them the book and ask them to read it. read the book, the whole book, not as your sponsor sees it part of the book, not the Reader's Digest expurgated version of the book, the whole book. Now then, right off the bat, we're going to be taking on one of the great myths around here. We're going to see what the Big Book has to say about a couple things. And especially, what's the Big Book tell us about first step? Because the definition of first step is right here in chapter 3. Now this chapter is extremely interesting from a number of different standpoints. The first part of the chapter devotes itself to an examination of the disease of alcoholism and putting the first step in context so that we can truly understand what it is that we're looking at with that first step. And the second part of this chapter really begins to segue into the second step. We'll see that as we move along. The second step, of course, talks about being restored to sanity. And there are a lot of people coming in the door who look at that and kind of brush past it, being quite certain that there may be a lot of screwballs around the halls of AA, but certainly not one. They're not one of them. Pretty difficult unless we have been certified or been tied down in a rubber room or have been locked up somewhere, or of course gotten off in a court case pleading insanity, to consider ourselves as being insane. We know we drink too much or drug too much or both or whatever it is we do too much of. But this whole business of insanity, what's this mean to be restored to sanity? Well, the Big Book in the latter part of chapter 3 is going to show us, at least in part, what this insanity is all about. And therefore paves the way for the second step. Chapter 3 on page 30, more about alcoholism. Most of us have been unwilling to admit we were real alcoholics. No person likes to think he is bodily and mentally different from his fellows. You know, that's a very astute observation. And it comes from, remember we've talked about this before, we all have three natural God-given instincts, and one of those instincts is the instinct for society. We want to be accepted and admired in the society of our fellows. We don't want to be excluded or pushed aside or considered to be different. And there's a very, very strong push from this instinct to remain in the bosom of our chosen relationships, whether it's clubs or business or family or what it may be. No person likes to think he is bodily and mentally different from his fellows. Now what about this bodily stuff? It's really not talking about whether you're a midget or not, or whether you lost all your hair. It's talking about the disease of alcoholism, which dooms us to this phenomenon of craving, this allergy. Our bodies will not tolerate alcohol as normal bodies will. We don't want to think that we're bodily or mentally different. And yet many of us have, before we walk in that door, we're pretty sure there's something really wrong with us. In our private moments, we wonder if we're going nuts. We're not going nuts, we already got there. Therefore, because of all this, therefore, it is not surprising that our drinking careers have been characterized by countless vain attempts to prove we could drink like other people. The word vain gives us a clue there, doesn't it? It was all useless, it wasn't going to work. It was doomed not to work. And yet we would continue to try it over and over and over again. I think there are a lot of other things going on here besides our desire to be accepted and to be included within our chosen groups. there's something going on in our head that's telling us it's going to be okay. This time you'll be able to have a few drinks and enjoy yourself and just go home and everything will be fine. This time you can control it. And every once in a while, unfortunately, we could, until we got too far down the road. And by the time we're ready to hit this door and crawl in here, usually we're not able to control anything. The idea that somehow, someday he will control and enjoy his drinking is the great obsession of every abnormal drinker. Speaking about us, guys, this is us. The great obsession of every abnormal drinker. Now, unfortunately, this obsession doesn't go away just because we walk in the door. This obsession that we will be able to someday control and enjoy our drinking. You hear people talking all the time about romancing the drink. Thinking back to how it was in the good old days, way back there somewhere in ancient history, when we could drink and have fun and it didn't just tear us apart. And some of us never even got to have that. But for the most part, we remember the good stuff, and our minds are so attuned to blacking out and blanking out the bad times, because I guess our minds, our heads want to kill us. There's something going on there that's just screwy as hell. But in any event, that obsession doesn't just go away because we've hit bottom. And we have to understand that we carry that in with us. And this part of chapter 3 is addressing that very subject. Because the persistence of this illusion is astonishing. Many pursue it into the gates of insanity or death. Now, this first paragraph then is very significant, because it doesn't start right out by identifying us as alcoholics. It starts out identifying this major problem we have as alcoholics. This obsession that we should be able to control and enjoy our drinking. This illusion, which so many will follow into the gates of insanity and death, and they do. They do. We see it every day. And so it becomes pretty obvious that this is such a major problem, such a major issue, that's going to have to be dealt with, and it needs to be dealt with right here in this first step. And this first part of chapter 3 spends most of its time helping us to understand and to therefore be able to deal with this problem. Now, the next paragraph of 4 lines is the first step. And you're going to recognize and notice that there's something which is bandied about these rooms as if it were written in stone someplace, but it's missing here. We learned. Now that's an important word, learned. It does not say we had to force ourselves, or somebody forced us, or somebody convinced us. It says we learned that we had to, we must fully concede. This is not, oh, my name is Jim and I'm an alcoholic. That may be or may not be our true belief. But we had to fully concede to our innermost selves. It doesn't matter what we're saying out here. It only matters what's going on inside of us. Fully concede to our innermost selves that we were alcoholics. Now please notice the way this is phrased. We have to always keep this in mind as we read the Big Book. Who are they talking about here? What's the Big Book talking about? Who are these we's? These are the people who are identified for us in the foreword to the first edition. We are more than 100 alcoholic men and women who have recovered from a seemingly hopeless state of mind and body. to show other alcoholics precisely how we have recovered is the main purpose of this volume. We know to whom the we is directed. Each of us individually had to fully concede to our individual selves the fact of our alcoholism, and that this was the first step in recovery. There is some kind of it's almost a tribal war chant anymore about this. This is a we program, because the steps start out with we, and we is implied in all the other steps. But that means we, each of us. It does not mean we all did our fourth step together. And then as a tribe we gathered together and all did our fifth step together. What it means is that we, each of us individually, did this. Keep in mind that this book was being written to go out into the hinterlands where there were no acknowledged alcoholics running around to help anybody. The big book was going to be the sole and only source for information for an alcoholic who wished to recover. There was no we out there. So we're talking here about the individual efforts of the individual alcoholic in recovery. Put them all together and you have Alcoholics Anonymous. And there's much that we do together, but we do the steps alone. Each of us seeking to find, to know, and to surrender to a higher power. And so that's the first step, but there's more. And this more is something which is seldom considered, but it's right here in the book. The delusion that we are like other people, or presently may be, has to be smashed. What does that mean? The word smashed is a pretty explosive word, isn't it? It means just what it says. This delusion, we have to be free of it. It has to be gone. Why? It's pretty simple. We stop and think about it. If right here at the beginning of our step work, at the very beginnings of our walk into the light, we begin this journey with reservations. We begin this journey with still pandering to the delusion that somewhere down the road we're going to be able to get well enough that we can drink again, that we can go back to the old bar and just have a couple and get to see everybody and all our friends back there and really enjoy ourselves. And by that time we will have learned enough that, of course, we won't get drunk. We'll just enjoy a drink here and there. This is a delusion, that we can drink like other people, that we can actually get a drink half of it, put it down, and walk away from it. That we can actually walk by the tables in a cocktail lounge, spotting those drinks which have been left by others and not be grasped with a tremendous urge to reach over and finish them off. Balderdash. But that's the delusion, and this delusion has to be smashed. Look at it this way. If you're starting out on a path which is going to take you from a place of rebellion, defiance, to surrender and obedience, and it's a spiritual path all the way, you have to be free of anything which is twisting and turning your mind in order for you to be able to do this work. You're on that path. There is no room at all for any reservations. As a matter of fact, over and over again, the Big Book tells us the same thing. Withholding nothing, without reservations of any kind. And here is the first place where we run directly into that imprimatur, that we're going to have to take this first step without reservations. Now, that's a two-handled sword, isn't it? Because on the one hand, the reservation may be as to whether or not we're really an alcoholic or really need this stuff. And the other reservation could be as to whether or not somewhere down the line we ought to be able to start drinking again and do it with impunity and just go out there and enjoy ourselves. Now, unfortunately, many of us have come through programs of so-called recovery which in effect are giving us that hope that somehow with the knowledge of ourselves and with the fear of the consequences of drinking too much, and perhaps with quite a bit of psychological help and having learned that all we need to do is to become entitled to our feelings, and really the only thing which is going to keep us from recovery is if we don't spew out all of our troubles at every opportunity to anybody who will listen, that we're only as sick as our secrets, and we come to believe this stuff is somehow or another the pathway to continuous and permanent sobriety, but it's not. And the Big Book is telling us the truth. As real alcoholics, we have absolutely zero control over whether or not we take that next drink. And when we take the next drink, our body responds as it always has and always will, demanding more and more and more. And we're pounding on the bar or on the table saying, how did this happen? What am I doing here? I might just as well get drunk again, start over again tomorrow. So now the Big Book is going to elaborate on this theme, that we must somehow or another come to grips with this salient fact of our lives. It was well stated for us by Dr. Silkworth in his opinion. I'd like for you to hark back to that, if you will. You'll find it, if you have the third edition, it's on page Roman 26. If it's fourth edition, it'll be Roman 28. That will be XXVI or XXVIII. Fourth edition, XXVIII. Roman 28. First full paragraph. Now this is the guts of AA right here. Dr. Silkworth was the one medical guy, perhaps in the whole world, who fully understood what was going on with us. We believe, and so suggested a few years ago, that the action of alcohol on these chronic alcoholics is a manifestation of an allergy, that the phenomenon of craving is limited to this class and never occurs in the average temperate drinker. Here it comes. These allergic types can never safely use alcohol in any form at all. Now this then gives us the parameters of that which we must come to grips with, and it's going to be necessary for us to accept this as being true for us. So let's see how the Big Book goes about showing us the way to arrive at that understanding, to arrive at that truth, and to arrive at that acceptance. On page 30 again, we alcoholics are men and women who have lost the ability to control our drinking. We know that no alcoholic, real alcoholic, ever recovers control. All of us felt at times we were regaining control, but such intervals, usually brief, were inevitably followed by still less control, which led in time to pitiful and incomprehensible demoralization. That's a beautiful description of the progression of the illness, isn't it? It just gets progressively worse. We are convinced to a man that alcoholics of our type are in the grip of a progressive illness Over any considerable period, we get worse, never better. Now then, you would think, if this were a college textbook, that right here and now the book would go into a long dissertation on the progression of the disease. But it doesn't. However, it does later. And if you're interested to see how this disease progresses, you have to wait till you get to the 8th chapter, the chapter to wives. And there you will find at the bottom of page 108, the beginning of about 7 or 8 pages which deal with the progression of the disease. It's there, but we just have to kind of know where to find it. Suffice it to say at this point, then, let's see if we can accept as a fact that alcoholism is a progressive illness as well as being invariably fatal and incurable. We are like men who have lost their legs. They never grow new ones. Neither does there appear to be any kind of treatment which will make alcoholics of our kind like other men. We've tried every imaginable remedy. In some instances there has been brief recovery, followed always by a still worse relapse. Physicians who are familiar with alcoholism agree. There's no such thing as making a normal drinker out of an alcoholic. Science may one day accomplish this, but it hasn't done so yet. And boy, oh boy, have there been all kinds of scientific attempts at this over the years. I think we've talked about that in the past. Every one of them has fallen on their sword. And you know what's so interesting is that as soon as they would announce that they had found a way to make us normal drinkers again, social drinkers they call us, it becomes a headline event. And everybody wants it. Everybody out there who suffers from the alcoholics around them say, wow, that would be great. Let's get them into that program. And then about 2 or 3 years later, after this whole thing has failed, and the people who tried it ended up worse than they were before, then there will be a retraction printed, but it'll be in the second section on page 18 at the bottom of the page. And you'll never see it. Page 31, first full paragraph, despite all we can say, many who are real alcoholics are not going to believe they are in that class. That's called denial, guys. By every form of self-deception and experimentation, they will try to prove themselves exceptions to the rule, therefore non-alcoholic. If anyone who is showing inability to control his drinking can do the right about face and drink like a gentleman, our hats are off to him. Heaven knows we've tried hard enough and long enough to drink like other people. And here are some of the methods we've tried. Drinking beer only. Oh, that wouldn't work up in the Panhandle. That's all they drink up there anyways, beer. That place ought to, the groups up there ought to be called Budweiser's Anonymous. The only difference in drinks is whether it has a short neck or a long neck. Drinking beer only, limiting the number of drinks, never drinking alone, never drinking in the morning. Oh, well, God, sometimes you can't help it. I mean, you never make it to noon. Drinking only at home. Well, that's no fun. Never having it in the house. Never drinking during business hours. That is, if you're lucky enough to still have a job, of course. Drinking only at parties. Oh my God, how many parties? You'd have to be tracking down parties every day. It'd be your main occupation. What party am I going to go to tonight? Switching from scotch to brandy. A lot of people say, I wouldn't drink either one of those nasty things. Drinking only natural wines. Anybody know what that is? What's a natural wine? What is a wine that's unnatural? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Would that be something like a screw top gallo or something? Oh man, drinking only. Well, you know, if you want to experiment, you might as well go out and try to find a natural wine. Maybe you won't find one, and you'll stay sober. Agreeing to resign if ever drunk on the job. May not have any choice about that. Taking a trip. Oh, but wait a second. We're close to the harbor here, aren't we? Think about taking a trip. Hop on one of those cruise ships, man. Ain't nobody know whether you're drinking there or not. You can have a heck of a good time. Not taking a trip, swearing off forever, with or without a solemn oath. By the way, that reminds me. The Big Book never once says, don't drink. And in the 10th step, after the 10th step, it tells us on page 85, you can find this if you like, at the top of the page, we have not even sworn off. You see, what's happening here is that we're going to need to concede our alcoholism to our innermost self, but we're going to have to accept as a fact that we can never drink alcohol safely again. The cork is in the jug, but nowhere does this tell us that we're to swear off as a result of that. It's simply the recognition that we cannot enter into this step work with reservations. You see the difference? We don't swear off. We don't have to swear off. What do we have to do? We got to find God. It's that simple. We have to get God between us and the booze. And we're going to do that by working the steps. Taking more physical exercise, reading inspirational books, going to health farms and sanitariums, accepting voluntary commitment to asylums, we could increase the list ad infinitum. We do not like to pronounce any individual an alcoholic, but you can quickly diagnose yourself. Step over to the nearest bar room and try some controlled drinking. Try to drink and stop abruptly. Try it more than once. It will not take long for you to decide if you're honest with yourself about it. It may be worth a bad case of jitters if you get a full knowledge of your condition. I often think about this paragraph and wonder if maybe that's going a little far, maybe not. I suppose it makes sense. But how about this? Let's just think about this for a second. Suppose, let's say now you're working with somebody new, or maybe you're new. Let's pose a question. Here's the question. Would you be able, for the next 30 days, every day, take 2 drinks, no more and no less? 2 drinks every day for 30 days. Do you believe you could do that? Is there anybody in here, all you real alcoholics, who would say, yes, I can do that? I don't see any hands. That might be enough. If the person's being honest with themselves, and if they are a true alcoholic, I suppose that would be a good test. But it looks like it's necessary for some to go out and try it again, do further intensive research. But I want to make sure that everybody who's new understands this. Having a relapse is not required. Slipping is not required. You may sometimes get the idea that it's all part of recovery. And in many instances it turns out that way. But the steps do not require of us that we have a relapse, that we have a slip. They only require of us that we work them. Let's go on. Though there's no way of proving it, we believe that early in our drinking careers, most of us could have stopped drinking. The difficulty is that few alcoholics have enough desire to stop while there's yet time. I guess there are a few people like that. I don't think I've ever met one. We have heard of a few instances where people who showed definite signs of alcoholism were able to stop for a long period because of an overpowering desire to do so. Here is one. A man of 30 was doing a great deal of spree drinking. He was very nervous in the morning after these bouts and quieted himself with more liquor. Sounds pretty alcoholic to me, doesn't it to you? He was ambitious to succeed in business, but saw that he would get nowhere if he drank at all. Once he started, he had no control whatever. He made up his mind that until he had been successful in business and retired, he would not touch another drop. An exceptional man, he remained bone dry for 25 years and retired at the age of 55 after a successful and happy business career. Then he fell victim to a belief which practically every alcoholic has, that his long period of sobriety and self-discipline had qualified him to drink as other men. Oh wow, that is so important to understand, isn't it? I'm sure we all know people who have had long-term sobriety, doing just fine, it appeared. 10, 12, 14, 15, 16 years. And all of a sudden, they're gone one day. And if you talk to them later, you'll find that all have the same story. It was no longer necessary for them to be disciplined and consistent in doing their work. Meetings began to fall off. Sponsees became too much trouble. Their minds told them the same lie over and over again. You've stayed sober all this time, and you don't have to worry about drinking anymore. You'll be able to have a few here and there and enjoy yourself. So why do you suffer this way? Why do you deny yourself one of the great pleasures of life, being able to go to a party and have fun and join all the people who can drink safely? Because you should be able to do it now. And this lie, this great lie, is always sitting there for us. I mean, it never goes away. I mean, we get weak, and it comes back to haunt us. And we get weak because we forget what the Big Book tells us, that we are undisciplined people, and we have to let God discipline us. And this especially is true of the 11th step. There's a great article by Bill Wilson which was published in the Grapevine and is now in language of the heart for us to remember. It's called Take the 11th Step, in which Bill Wilson tells us, let's see what he said. Talking about the 11th step now. He says 12-stepping, talking at meetings, recitals of drinking histories, confessions of our defects and what progress we've made with them no longer provide us with the released and the abundant life. Our lack of growth is often revealed by an unexpected calamity or a big emotional upset. Perhaps we hit the financial jackpot and are surprised that this solves almost nothing, that we are still bored and miserable notwithstanding. As we usually don't get drunk on these occasions, our bright-eyed friends tell us how well we're doing. But inside we know better. We know we aren't doing well enough. We still can't handle life as life is. There must be a serious flaw somewhere in our spiritual practice and development. What then is it? The chances are that it is our misunderstanding or neglect of AA Step 11. Prayer, meditation, and the guidance of God. The other steps can keep most of us sober and somehow functioning, but step 11 keep us growing if we try hard and work at it continually. And you know, there's a real lesson there. Of course, step 11 is of critical importance. So is step 12. Remember what we learned in chapter 7, that nothing will so much give us immunity from drinking as intensive work with other alcoholics. Remember what Bill told us back there in his story, that if we fail to enlarge and perfect our spiritual life through work and self-sacrifice for others, we can't survive the certain low spots ahead. So invariably we find that people who have succumbed to that little voice which is saying, look, you can go out, you can handle it, go out and have some fun, just have a drink now and then and enjoy yourself. Invariably we find 12-step work, sponsorship has fallen off, 11-step, prayer, meditation, no inventories are being taken, meetings fall off, and we begin to live in untreated alcoholism again. And then it's only a matter of time, it's inevitable that we're going back out, and boy, oh boy, can it be tough to get back. I know two very dear, close friends of mine, each of them was over 4.5 years getting back, and they almost died out there. I mean, just that close. They're alive today only through the grace of God. There's another insidious thing too, because there are people around here who will tell you, for example, don't become an AA junkie. Now you're just as obsessed with going to meetings as you ever were over booze. This kind of stuff. Or others that say, you got to get a life. Got to balance your life. Every time I hear somebody say, I'm going to balance my life, I feel sorry for them. Because it's the exact opposite of what we've already learned. We turn our life and our will over to God. Balancing our life means I'm in charge again. I'm going to run things. I'm not going where God sends me. I'm not going to be there at a meeting when I know I ought to be. I'm going to use my own judgment about that. I only need 2 meetings a week. I only need 1 meeting a week. That kind of thinking is exactly what it's talking about here. Then he fell victim to a belief which practically every alcoholic has, that his long period of sobriety and self-discipline had qualified him to drink as other men. Out came his carpet slippers and a bottle. In 2 months he was in a hospital, puzzled and humiliated. He tried to regulate his drinking for a while, making several trips to the hospital meanwhile. Then, gathering all his forces, he attempted to stop altogether and found he could not. Every means of solving his problem which money could buy was at his disposal. Every attempt failed. Though a robust man at retirement, he went to pieces quickly and was dead within 4 years. And we see this kind of thing repeated and repeated. Also, the progression of the disease. I have a personal friend that I worked with when he first came in. This was years and years ago. And he was one of the first astronauts. He's a member of this fellowship and has made it quite public that he is. All the time through astronaut training, all the time through his earlier days as an aviator, and after being on the moon and coming back and having gone through all of the adulation and the speeches and the parades and the television appearances and the radio appearances, and all of that was over, and he started drinking. Within 1 year, this absolute perfect human specimen of physique and intelligence, trained to the nth degree, had been to the moon, had everything to live for, within 1 year he was a hopeless, helpless alcoholic. And it took 7 relapses in his first year before he finally got it. So when I think about that man, I think this doggone stuff must be progressing even while we're not drinking. I've seen other examples where people who started late in life would hit them so fast. It's amazing. Sometimes a lady who's been absent all her life and has been happily married, and her husband dies, and She starts nipping a little here and a little bit there, and within a very short time, she's in terrible trouble. So there must be something going on there. In any event, it's not anything we want to fool with. Let's go to page 33 now. First full paragraph, top of page 33. This case contains a powerful lesson. Most of us have believed that if we remain sober for a long stretch, we could therefore drink normally. But here is a man who at 55 years found he was just where he had left off at 30. We've seen the truth demonstrated again and again. Once an alcoholic, always an alcoholic. Commencing to drink after a period of sobriety, we are in a short time as bad as ever. If we're planning to stop drinking, there must be no reservation of any kind, nor any lurking notion that someday we will be immune to alcohol. So there it is. This is what we were talking about earlier. This reservation is deadly. And a lot of times, you know, if you do a lot of work with people, you'll find that many of them have worked some or all the steps, and then they come back in and you ask them, did you work a first step? And they will tell you yes, and I worked these other steps and didn't work, and so on. And you question them very closely, you may very well find that there were reservations, that somehow, someday they would be able to drink again. Just get me sober, let me get my life in order, and that's all I really need. In the meantime, help me not to drink. It's a fool's paradise. It doesn't work that way. Going on page 33, young people may be encouraged by this man's experience to think that they can stop, as he did, on their own willpower. We doubt if many of them can do it, because none will really want to stop. And hardly one of them, because of that peculiar mental twist already acquired, will find that he can win out. Several of our crowd, men of 30 or less, have been drinking only a few years, but they found themselves as helpless as those who had been drinking 20 years. There's a very, very important lesson here. It revolves around the false assumption that if we can convince people not to drink, somehow or another they won't drink. Convince them not to drink and go to meetings. Don't drink and go to meetings. That somehow or another this is the solution to alcoholism. It's not only a fool's paradise, but it's extraordinarily dangerous, because it's not true. The real alcoholic cannot stop drinking on his or her own for any length of time. There may be these rare instances, which is illustrated by this guy, where the motivation was so powerful, so strong, that somehow or another he was able to stay dry. But that's extremely unusual. And why in the world would we ever take that kind of a chance? Why would we tell somebody, if you want it badly enough, you can stop? And then we indulge ourselves in this fiction that somehow or another, if we can only remember how bad it was the last time we drank, that we won't drink again. Or if we can be scared enough, frightened enough of the consequences of drinking, that we won't drink again. Those don't work. Another myth is that if we are taught enough about ourselves, if we have enough self-knowledge, we won't drink again. That went out even before AA got started. It was obvious that that was not true. When Roland Hazard went to Dr. Jung in Switzerland, and he spent a year with him, and he learned everything there was to learn about himself. He knew why he drank, he knew what his emotions were, he knew what his feelings were, he knew all about his weaknesses of character and so forth. He came back to the United States, within a few weeks he was drunk again. Finally, Finally, when he went back to Switzerland and confronted Dr. Young about this, Dr. Young owned up. He said, well, you're the kind of guy that I can't help you. The only thing that's going to help you is some kind of a massive psychic change. You're going to have an effective spiritual experience, because I can't do it for you, and no other human can do it for you. You are of that hopeless, helpless class of alcoholics for which there is no human aid. And it didn't make a particle of difference how afraid that Roland might be of losing his position in society and his fine paying job and his family, or how much knowledge he had about himself. This was not sufficient. We have to get in God's pocket and stay there. Well, when we do that, that always works. Let's go on now on page 33. Last partial paragraph, about 10 lines up in the bottom of the page. To be gravely affected, one does not necessarily have to drink a long time, nor take the quantity some of us have. This is particularly true of women. Oh, Bill, how chauvinist of you. Potential female alcoholics often turn into the real thing and are gone beyond recall in a few years. Certain drinkers who would be greatly insulted if called alcoholics are astonished at their inability to stop. Gosh, I've known women that could drink me on the table, and I was one hell of a good drinker. They had hollow legs, those gals. I guess it's always dangerous when we begin to generalize, isn't it? You know, the truth of it is that when Bill wrote this book, he didn't know anything about female alcoholics at all. You see, when these words were being written, the first manuscript in multiliths that Bill produced had not yet been finished. And the first woman in AA did not come in until after that multilith was out, and Bill sent her a copy of it, and he told her that it would cost her $3.50, but that she would be entitled to receive the big book when it was published in hardcover. That was Marty Mann, the first woman in AA. So Bill really didn't know what he's talking about here too much. But I guess we can forgive him. Bill is a perfect example of a 1920s, 1930s male, power-driving, chauvinistic to the nth degree, egoistic. So we can forgive him, I guess. Maybe I'm being very forgiving because I'm not a woman, but in case any of you are wondering. Certain drinkers who would be greatly insulted if they were called alcoholics are astonished at their inability to stop. We, who are familiar with the symptoms, see large numbers of potential alcoholics among young people everywhere. Amen to that. Whew. But try and get them to see it. Since I've been in these rooms, the average age, I guess, has probably dropped off by 15 years. It's amazing. And it's wonderful. There's so many young folks now. And boy, they've got this magnificent life ahead of them. You know, my sponsor died with 54 years sobriety. Some of these young folks can easily surpass that, and they won't even be on Social Security yet. So, as we look back, we feel we had gone on drinking many years beyond the point where we could quit on our own willpower. If anyone questions whether he has entered this dangerous area, let him try leaving liquor alone for 1 year. If he's a real alcoholic and very far advanced, there's scant chance of success. Remember, this book was written, guys, before there were any meetings like this. There were 3 groups scattered around. Well, Cleveland and Akron are pretty close together, but New York's sitting out there all by itself. So this book was originally written to go out to people who didn't really have any other frame of reference. So what the book is trying to do is to bring them into focus here with what these guys had learned, even though there's nothing for them to bounce it off against. the 11th chapter spends a lot of time showing them how to go about forming their own groups so that these things could be more fully discussed. Though we may be able to stop for a considerable period, you may yet be a potential alcoholic. We think few to whom this book will appeal can stay dry anything like a year. Some will be drunk the day after making their resolutions, most of them within a few weeks. And that's probably true. I mean, of course it is true. We all know that. But again, we picked this book up now, and in the context of our groups, and look at this magnificent group here. And some people coming in and looking at us will say, well, haven't you always been here? No, we haven't. No, this fellowship is a lot younger than I am. And some people coming in and looking at us will say, well, haven't you always been here? No, we haven't. No, this fellowship is a lot younger than I am. And so, reading the book, remember the context within which it was written. And if you remember that, especially if you're new, this book was written for you. Going on page 34. For those who are unable to drink moderately, the question is how to stop altogether. We are assuming, of course, that the reader desires to stop. Remember further in chapter 7, remember what it tells us? We've given the new person the book. We've asked him to read it. And then it says you're not to try to force him or make any fuss about it, or his wife or anybody. It says if he is to find God, the desire must come from within. And that's still the truth today. And we can race around here all we want, beating people around the head and shoulders, but until the desire comes from within them, nothing's going to happen. We are assuming, of course, that the reader desires to stop. Whether such a person can quit upon a non-spiritual basis depends upon the extent to which he's already lost the power to choose whether he will drink or not. See, the power to choose. Now this is the key, isn't it? Because this power to choose has to do with the retention of some power as opposed to powerlessness. And those who are without power, who are powerless, are the real alcoholics. They're the ones, we're the ones, who must have a spiritual program of action if we're to survive. But he has already lost the power to choose whether he will drink or not. Many of us felt that we had plenty of character. There was a tremendous urge to cease forever. Yet we found it impossible. This is the baffling feature of alcoholism as we know it. Listen to this now. This utter inability to leave it alone. That's crazy. That's insanity. In spite of all the evidence to the contrary, in spite of all of the bad and horrible things that have happened to us as we drank and got drunk, this utter inability to leave it alone, no matter how great the necessity or the wish. That's a definition of true powerlessness, isn't it? How then shall we keep our readers, help our readers determine to their own satisfaction whether they are one of us? The experiment of quitting for a period of time will be helpful, but we think we can render an even greater service to alcoholic sufferers and perhaps to the medical fraternity. So we shall describe some of the mental states that precede a relapse into drinking. For obviously, this is the crux of the problem, and it is. Here's the way it comes down. This is the reality. Real alcoholics have this body that does not assimilate alcohol as normal people. That we can't change. And when we drink, the phenomenon of craving kicks in and then we can't stop. And that's not going to change either. So what has to change? What has to change is we have to be free from the obsession and compulsion to drink, which drives us to drink even though we know the consequences, even though we intensely desire to stop drinking. Even though we have gone to 16 rehabs and 4 or 5 detoxes, and we've been to farms, and we've been in jail, and we've done all these things, and we can't stop no matter how much we may want to, because we are powerless over alcohol. We are powerless to stop drinking on our own. What sort of thinking dominates an alcoholic who repeats time after time the desperate experiment of the first drink? Friends who have reasoned with him after a spree which has brought him to the point of divorce or bankruptcy are mystified when he walks directly into a saloon. Why does he? What is he thinking? Our first example is a friend we call Jim. This man has a charming wife and family. He inherited a lucrative automobile agency. He had a commendable World War record. He's a good salesman. Everybody likes him. He's an intelligent man, normal so far as we can see, except for a nervous disposition. He did no drinking until he was 35. That's an important fact to know. One of the guys I worked with in the 70s had exactly the same situation. He was a hopeless, helpless alcoholic in 1 year. I'm convinced that the disease is progressing during our earlier years, even though we're not putting alcohol in our system. No way to prove that, but that's just been my observation. He did no drinking until he was 35. In a few years, he became so violent when intoxicated that he had to be committed. On leaving the asylum, he came into contact with us. We told him what we knew of alcoholism and the answer we had found.